team, and of course that had to be because Ben Stokes has now retired from ODIs. It means that Phil Salt will come in at number 3. Joe Root moves down to number 4. David Willey comes back in place of Matthew Potts, who was feeling the heat in more ways than one on Tuesday, and Reece Topley is back in for Bryden Cast. I think that's a very good decision by the England captaincy and selection team. South Africa go in with just the one change. Janneman Milan, Quinton de Kock, Rassie van der Dursen, fresh from that marvellous 100. Aidan Markram made 77. Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Dwayne Pretorius coming in for the injured Felaqueo. Keshav Maharaj, the captain. Anrik Norkia, Lungi Ngidi, and the left arm wrist spinner Tabraiz Shamsi. Those are the teams. The Bear is ready to talk. Have we got Jacob? Jacob, have we not found Jacob yet?
We got Jacob. Jacob's here.
Jacob is here, which is all well and good, which means we can say bye-bye for the time being to Messi Jez, who was getting ready to stand in. But we shall be underway. What do we reckon? T29. Could it be the start of a fantastic new competition, Bear?
A new format.
New format. Yet another format.
No. But it's an interesting length, isn't it?
It is. It is kind of.
Presumably they'll just play it like a T20.
Play it like a T20 with a few extra overs. 9 times 6 is 54. 54 extra balls. How many balls in this game in 29 overs?
174.
348. 348. 348. You're absolutely right. It's still very cloudy and moody in Manchester, but we are going to get underway. It's been pretty cloudy and moody in South London as well, but at least it's not 39 degrees as it was on Tuesday. Jacob, good afternoon to you. I'm glad you found your way eventually to a screen near you. Any thoughts about this ODI side that England have today? There's been a little bit of criticism. Jos Buttler, do you think it's justified?
I think it's a little too early to say. We were talking about this on the Bishop and the Bear podcast, which patrons will be able to listen to shortly, just to plug that. But no, I think it's a bit premature to criticise Buttler. It's been a couple of games. On the other side, I was completely taken aback when I saw just before the game that Keshav Maharaj is captain for this tour. I had no idea.
Well, they've got three captains. They've got different captains for Tests, T20s and ODIs. I think David Miller is the T20 captain, and then of course Dean Elgar comes in for the Test matches. So they are splitting it 3 ways. I'm guessing that would still have been the case, wouldn't it? Or would it have been the case if I forget
Temba.
Temba.
No, Temba
would have been T20
and 3.
No, not of all 3. He wouldn't have been captain of the Test team. That's Dean Elgar.
Oh no, that is Dean Elgar. Yeah.
So we would have had 2 instead of 3, but we got 3. Anyway, the players are out there. The England Open. He's injured, I think. Don't quite remember what it was that was wrong with him, but he's out for the time being. Anyway, these are the 2 England batsmen who will be opening.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
Jonny Bairstow smarter than the average Bairstow. Jonny Bairstow's been this good since daycare, so all put on the wigs and let the crimson hand blow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the 6s, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Jonny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started up bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
It's the Candy Man, isn't it?
It reminds me of an 80s band from Liverpool called I forgot what they're called now. Maharaj is going to bowl the first over, left arm spin, which is always a good ploy against Jason Roy. Comes forward, defends the first ball straight back to him. They did this in the first ODI at Durham, opened with the captain. It's got a slip in attendance. He brings out the reverse sweep. It's in the air, but it's found the gap between backward point and cover, and it's raced away to the boundary for the first one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Now that jingle sounds very much like It's Immaterial. Do you remember their song Driving Away From Home? amongst other things in the 80s.
I remember driving home for Christmas.
No, not driving over Christmas, but I don't know who that was by. Anyway, 4 runs to England, 4 runs to Roy. Roy has got going a couple of times, but hasn't really been able to carry it on, has he?
No.
He needs a big score, I think. 4 men saving the single on the offside. The straightest of them is at extra cover. So there is a gap. He comes down the wicket, and this time goes in the opposite direction, lifting the ball through square leg. Rassie van der Dussen is out there on the boundary, and they take 1. Roy moves to 5. Now I should tell you that under this regime of 29 overs a side, power play, the most important power play really, is from 1 to over 6. Then we have second power play 7 to 23, and then 24 to 29. 4 bowlers can bowl 6 overs, and 1 bowler can bowl 5. So those are the adaptations to the normal regulations. Jonny Bairstow comes down to face. He's taking guard for the first time. Were you talking about there may be more rain later, Bear?
Yeah, well, Messi was saying there's more rain coming up through
Why doesn't
Wales.
Why doesn't Messi just mind his own business there in bloody Perth and keep telling us what our bloody weather's going to do? This is lifted up and just over mid-on by Jonny Bairstow. Plugs a little bit in the outfield. Anrik Norkia with a towel draping out of the back of his trousers does the fielding, turns and throws, and they get through for a couple. England move to 7 for no wicket. The GPL is open. The GPL is open until 1800 hours BST, so you've got about an hour and a quarter in which to get your forecasts in. The GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League. Maharaj in again. Back goes Bairstow. Defends on this occasion. A wristy defensive shot, strangely enough. Back to the bowl, and there is no run. What's in the pot, Bear?
£30.
£30, just £30. Last time I was here, it was over 200.
Well,
what happened to
Messi
that?
Jez won it.
Messi Jez. Not only does he mess with our weather, he wins the GPL.
But he reckoned he was only net £1 up. After that.
No, I saw that. Down the leg side. It could be a wide, or did Jonny Bairstow get a little bit on that, or even pad? Let's see, it is a leg by signal, so no wide. It is the end of the over. England have moved on to 8 for no wicket. Roy has 5, Bairstow has 2. Now, Jacob, I think you're the man doing socials, are you not?
I am indeed, Hendo.
Who's with us?
In response to our tweet about when play was going to start, you were referred to in that tweet as the Big Cheese, Hendo.
Big Cheese?
And Jeff Perkins has asked what type of cheese you are. Oh. And Messi Jez has tweeted in a picture of epic mature cheddar, which he says that's what you are. Warren says, morning all. Jay Grover, wonderful news. See you there. I think that's in response to the play will continue tweet. I've never had a filling, so I've no idea how it works, but I reckon Hendo just goes to the dentist for the free drugs, hillhound that he is.
Yeah, I've had a few drugs over the last week and a half or so, it has to be said. More or less back to full health, although still a little bit sore. Anyway, opening the innings from the other end is this man.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Are you down for Lungi and Edie?
Who finds the outside edge of Jonny Bairstow's bat. The ball flies away down to third man. Thought it was going to be 4, but a man came into view and fielded it. Drat! As far as England are concerned. So just the single. Bairstow goes to 3. England 9 for no wicket. The GPL, the Guerrilla Prediction League, you estimate how many runs you think will be scored in total by both teams in the day, and or in the game in this occasion. And if you win it, if you get it on the nose, that is, you get the 30 quid. And of course, the more of you that enter, the more that 30 quid goes up. So if 20 of you enter, 10 more pounds is added to that prize fund. If 100 of you enter, well, £50 goes on. Ngidi in to Roy for the first time. He comes down the wicket and swings at that. It's a swing and a miss. It goes through the keeper, and there is no run. I thought when you were talking about me being the big cheese, you were going to say that I was fat and smelly, which is a bit like cheese. But anyway,
Some cheeses are smelly.
some cheeses are smelly, some cheeses not quite so smelly. What's the smelliest cheese you've ever come across, Bear? It's a tough one, isn't it?
But for me, it's that I can't remember what it's called, but the French one, which comes in a little kind of wooden box with the red and white.
Camembert.
Camembert. Oh, there's
But it's a certain brand of it.
No.
Another swing and a miss from Roy. And Giddy's bowling in pretty good length to him, which is just back of a length, and he's advancing down the pitch, and they're not really having anywhere to go. He's really got to pull it off the front foot then. Both times he's attempted it, try to put it over mid-wicket. He's failed to connect. So a couple of dot balls from Ngidi. A little smattering of sunshine coming through at Old Trafford, I do declare.
Well, it is still July, Henry.
It is still July, this is true. We shouldn't go deep into the darkness of winter quite yet. And Ngidi's got 2 slips. He bowls to Roy. This one, again, back of the length, just tucks it away into the onside. And he's thinking about a second, but I think it's Miller who's got round from mid-on to ultimately do the fielding, and they settle for the 1. England into double figures, 10 without loss. Other news from Guerrilla Cricket is that the Smaximum is out, and it will be in your inboxes right now. It gave us a little bit of time, this rain delay, to get that finished. Had to wait for Tony, his little piece on Legends of Cricket, which is worth a read, along with the Chris Woke column this week is just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Our fortnightly columnist Chris Woke has taken to task the organisers of the mascot race in the Vitality Blast. This is chipped down the leg side by Bairstow, looking for a single, but there's a man on the 45 who does the fielding. It went straight to him, and there is no run. Pretty good over this from Ngidi so far, just the 2 runs from it. England 10 without loss, 1 ball remaining. What else is there? Yes, there's me getting worked up by people slagging off ODIs. And there's Linux Leah has written about her experience of transitioning and the I suppose solace she sought from Jared Kimber among other people. This is wide, and Bairstow throws the bat at it, gets a top edge, it goes flying over those 2 slips and down to the boundary in front of the pavilion for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a rather shite ball to any over.
It's a terrible ball. After what had been a pretty good over, wasn't it? So Ngidi will feel a little bit sore about that. Just looking at the crowd, it's nothing like full now. I guess a number of people have given up on it.
Yeah, it's Friday night. I'm sure a few pissheads will rumble in.
Roll in. What can we do tonight? Oh, let's roll into the delayed ODI, which is now down to 29 overs a side. Well, we're going to get only 1 over of spin. Maharaj has taken himself off, and the very impressive Anrik Nortje is going to come onto bowl.
If your number 1 project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number 1 guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Anrik Nortje.
Highly impressive the other night, where he was up in the 90s with pretty much every delivery. Let's see what he's got. He's got a slip, a backward point cover, who's now swapping with someone else. A mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the 45. I imagine that the 2 men out are at long leg and perhaps on the cover boundary. In he comes, bowls to Roy, who flashes at this and flashes really well, backward as square. If there is anyone out there, he's got no time to get round to it, and it's 4 runs. That'll make Roy feel a lot better connecting with one of those. He was given width, certainly plenty of pace on the ball. And a dive at backward point, but that was really travelling. If you take the 90 miles an hour of Anrik Nortje and add the force of Jason Roy cutting, you can imagine how quickly that went past him. This is driven up to mid-off, and on this occasion there is no run.
He runs like a little Tyrannosaurus Rex, doesn't he?
Nortje, yeah. But I think he's a hell of a bowler.
Yeah, he is.
I really rate him a lot.
Is he in this? I can't even remember. I looked at the test squad. I don't even
He
know.
must be in the test squad. He must be. He's a fabulous bowler. I say he's not the new Dale Steyn, but I think he's as valuable to South Africa as Dale Steyn proved to be. Nortje in again, bowls to Roy. Roy is beaten by that one as he tries to carve it away backward as square. In fact, it went between bat and pad. I think he was beaten on the inside edge.
Yeah, he was. 91 miles an hour now.
91 miles an hour, so you don't get a lot of time to react. Roy has moved into double figures. He's gone to 10. Bairstow is 7, and if you're just joining us, a reminder that this is a 29 overs per side game. The second ODI at Old Trafford. Who decided to play a game at Old Trafford on a Friday in July? Full, driven again, straight at the man at mid-off, not straight enough. He scrambles around to his right and fields and prevents any sort of run. That was up at 92 miles an hour. So the first ball went for plenty, but good recovery from Nokia. I say good recovery because I'm sick of listening to Nasser Hussain on the television saying, good comeback by the bowler.
Yeah.
I hate that phrase, good comeback. Every time he gets hit for a 4 and then bowls a decent ball afterwards, good comeback. It's like in tennis, they say someone does something different, they say change up. What does it mean? What does it mean? Pulled by Roy, pulled well.
Really
good
well.
comeback from Roy.
Yeah.
He's put it away behind square leg for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot crossing a boundary.
England moved to 22 for no wicket, a little bit short, a little bit slower, just 88 miles an hour, which allowed Roy a little bit of extra time, fraction of a second to see it, and he played it really well. And after this ball, the final ball of the over, we'll go to Jacob and catch up on your tweets and contributions on YouTube. Here comes Nokia in, he gives himself room, swings into the onside, and he's been caught, I think, at mid-wicket. Horrible smear from Roy, and he was looking quite good, but he's gone, and England have lost their first wicket. They are 22 for 1, so Roy just can't get that big score at the moment. It was a horrible smear, deserved to be out really. Simple catch, low down at mid-wicket.
The crowd says, you're out.
He's on his way. Let's catch up with some tweets. Jacob.
Yeah, that really was awful, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure my sainted grandmother has had more pleasant smears than that. Warren says, I think this may be outdated because I hope the bear is fixed the technical problem. But Warren says YouTube has sunk and all the spanners are rusting.
Yeah, no, one of the feeds didn't connect, so I had to turn it off and start it again. Fortunately, it happened straight away, so it was all good.
You think it's chaos today? Sunday, it's me.
Yeah.
It's me on technology.
My best friend Brian Barish says, yes, the 29, the budget version of the 69. I regret nothing.
Je ne regrette rien, as they say it.
Jay
Parry!
Grover says,
Yeah, go on.
Hendo correcting the bear, even though he was obviously right, sounds like my mam. I fear Hendo is my mam. Sorry, had family week.
Oh dear. That
And
shouldn't
he
happen to anyone.
He also says, have I mentioned before, but Maharaj is mint.
You might have said that. Might have said that, Jay, once or twice. Anyone on YouTube with us? Has that finally got up and running? We'll tell you about it in a minute.
I think it has, but there's a new batsman.
There is indeed. It's the salty one. It's Philip Salt.
Fuck, I haven't got a jingle for him out.
We must have a jingle for Phil
Yeah, of
Salt.
course we have, but I haven't.
Oh, you haven't
He
loaded.
wasn't a squad. He wasn't a squad.
Oh dear.
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs around the park. There's no way you can hide. Push it.
Is that the Jersey jingler?
Salt, yeah, Phil is here.
Oh,
Who is that? Whose jingle is that? Pushed off a large portion of the inner part of the bat up to wide mid-on. Bairstow moves to 8. Brings Salt down to face. England 23 for 1. Just started the 4th over.
I believe that's the Senor Peel.
Yes, that's Jersey Jingler, isn't it?
Yes.
Same man. Oh, is the Jersey Jingler going to meet up with Tony Bishop in Jersey? Ought to,
interesting.
really, because he's going to be there for the next couple of weeks, is Tone. So I think he's doing a bit of house sitting. It must be nice to have someone wants you to house sit in Jersey.
Not too bad.
Almost as good as Barbados, but not quite. Ngidi it is, bowling his second over, coming into Salt, who is chewing gum and drives a little on the up. He's running, he's going to be in trouble here. Has to put in the dive, but I think it's, is it Miller or Maharaj at mid-off who wasn't quite quick enough. I think someone a little bit more sprightly than the captain would have had him in all sorts of trouble then. He really was
around it as well.
Yeah, and he was having to make up ground, wasn't he? In that, as the ball was being picked up, you're thinking he's a little bit short here.
But he did seem to almost change his mind, but he was about 2/3 of the way down when that happened.
Yeah. Well, he's got a first run. England have moved to 24 for 1. And Ngidi is in again to Bairstow. Bairstow flaps this away on the rise through cover. Really nice shot. Timed it beautifully. 4 runs. Really good. I mean, there was no way that was a half volley. He stood there and waited for it. And you do get good, the ball coming on quite well here at Old Trafford. I think we've seen that already this year. And put that away really nicely. He moves into double figures. He's on to 12 from 8. And Ngidi is in again. This time it's Fuller. Tries to play a similar shot. Rather shanks it into the ground. But away to Gully. Salt is alive to the possibilities of a single, and they get it. England move to 29 for 1. So the Smaximum is out there in your inboxes if you are a Patreon. If you're not a Patreon and you feel like you're missing out, and believe me, you are, because I think there's something like 4,000 words in this week's Smaximum.
Big old thing.
It's phenomenal. Basically, I didn't start on it until yesterday, or the day before, was it? But there's lots of contributions from all your favourite gorillas.
And me.
And then there's Jacob, but although he's not in this week, but I'm hoping he's going to be in next week. Driven by Bairstow up to mid-off. They're going to take a single. Was that Salt? That was Salt. He goes to 2. And England to 30 for 1. Yes, I might as well do it on air, Jacob. Are you going to be able to do me a piece every other week? Would that be possible, do you think, or not?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's jolly good.
But I'm miffed now. Why did you give me a deadline for Friday lunchtime if I'm not in for a weekendo? This is ridiculous.
No, last week I gave you a deadline to Friday lunchtime because I thought you might need a little bit more time because of all your other commitments.
A horrendous squeeze on my time.
Absolutely.
No reward because it's not gone in the Smaximum this week.
No, it went in last week. Your piece went in last week. Last week's. No. You went straight in, mate. You need to become a patron, don't you? And Ngidi bowls full. Oh, now how on earth has that gone through Bairstow without taking out at least one of the stumps? I'm not quite sure. Anyway, it has. It was a full ball from Ngidi, and Bairstow seems a little bit flummoxed as well. That's the end of the over. 30 for 1.
The other thing I need to do is run through some tweets because we're a little bit behind.
Absolutely.
Old Fart at Play quotes Morrissey saying, "The rain falls down on a humdrum town. This town has dragged you down." Roger Melly says, "Hello, good evening, and at last, Bullocks."
Yay!
Is that meant to be bollocks?
It is meant to be bollocks. It is meant to be bollocks. Yeah.
He said bollocks.
He said bollocks.
Brian Barrish says, "The smelliest cheese I ever tried was from some cheesemaker out near Pittsburgh. It tasted like every barnyard animal's butt, which is simultaneously nasty but also impressive." How do you know what that tastes like, Brian?
That is a bit worrying.
I've tried all of them.
Yeah, I'm not. If I ever get the opportunity to be in the company of Brian Barrish, I'm going to make sure I stand a long way away from him because his breath must be terrible. On that basis.
Josh met up with him, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Josh was out in Philadelphia.
Lucky Josh.
Yeah. Well, tell us about Brian Barrish's breath. Was it terrible? Has he been licking the butts of too many farmyard animals? We need to know.
Steve Kellett says, "Rain in Manchester in July? Surely not." Jay Grover says, "Hendo, if you ever proclaimed you were in full health, well, zero would be divided by its sen and the universe would get very confused."
That's true. This is nicely clipped by Phil Salt out to deep square leg where Rassie van der Dussen does the fielding. That's only a single. He rather timed it too well, really. England moved to 31 for 1. Remember that the power play for today, the batting power play, when only 2 men are allowed outside the circle, is 6 overs. Only 6 overs. So England have only got another 11 balls of the batting power play. Bairstow's on 13. He's ready for Nortje to bowl. And Nortje runs in, bowls, and chopped by Bairstow into the covers. Looking for the single, won't get it. As man at cover point is in quickly. And the score remains 31 for 1. Do let us know what you think of this maximum. One or two of you have, and seems to be meeting with reasonable approval. But if there's anything you like or anything you think it doesn't produce that you'd like to see, then let us know at gorillacricket.com, and we will try to meet your demands. You're a demanding people. Full and straight, defended straight back to the bowler by Jonny Bairstow, and again there is no run. Salt has 3, Bairstow has 13. Nokia, whose last delivery was up at 92 miles an hour, has 1 for 9. Various people in the hotel have emerged from their bedrooms, have hung up flags and are now watching. It's got to be the best thing to do, hasn't it? Be in a hotel overlooking a cricket ground. Onto the back foot goes Bairstow and misfielded at cover. They'll get 1. They might come back for a second, knowing Jonny Bairstow. The throw's coming into the non-striker's end. It's not good enough. And Salt gets there quite comfortably.
Can you rent a room for just a day, do you think?
I don't know. Or if it was a T20, you could do it by the hourly rate. And then everyone would think that you had a saucy woman with you, or
exactly.
saucy man, depending on your particular favourite.
Cricket is my saucy woman, Hendo.
Oh, one so young to say that. What a sad state of affairs.
Cricket is the
Jacob.
only mistress I need.
In comes Nokia again to bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow looks to the hook shot, but it gets too big on him. It's a very good bouncer from the South African paceman, and it goes through to Quinton de Kock. England 33 for 1 ball remaining of the 5th over, and then we've got the final over of the power play. It does look like one or two are pouring it, not one or two are sort of creeping into Old Trafford and filling up the empty spaces. So by about 6 o'clock, hopefully there'll be a good crowd in good voice. Nokia in again, bowls onto the leg stump, clipped away by Bairstow. He'll get 1, he'll probably get 2, I think, there, as fielder comes round from deep backward square towards mid wicket to do his work. That is the end of the over. 35 for 1. Jacob.
Mayank says, good to see you all. Heat wave here in Philadelphia. In fact, more than half of all Americans are experiencing temperatures in excess of 38 centigrade.
Wow.
This has never happened before. Thank God for AC and properly insulated homes.
Lucky people.
Yeah, he also says the worst is when cricket commentators say crucial first hour, crucial last hour, just STFU. We all know it's crucial, it's cricket, everything is fucking crucial.
It is.
And Jay Grover says, news just in, Hendo denies existence of previous summer because Manchester is wet, runs for Republican primary seat. And Roger Melly. Yeah, Roger Melly says the worst piece of tennis commentary I've ever heard was once when the commentator said that one player had forced his opponent to make unforced errors.
Oh, yes. Well, if you have a chat with Nestle Bar, and I'm in agreement with him, he will say there's no such thing as an unforced error in tennis. Although, if you are a statistician, and if you try to work for one of the statistical companies covering Wimbledon, I'll break off, Ngidi in bowls. Oh, a big swing by Salt again. Ngidi will wonder how on earth that didn't hit at least the leg stump. It's gone over the top, I think, of middle and leg, and through to the keeper. Yeah, there's no such thing as an unforced error, because even if it's not the shot of your opponent that forces you to make a mistake, it can sometimes be just the presence of someone.
Yeah.
You know, take someone like Djokovic. You end up feeling that you've got to hit the ball harder and deeper, and you end up hitting it out, don't you? And so that's that pressure. It's not unforced. It's unforced by the presence of a great player. Ngidi into his 3rd over, just 1 slip, and Salt makes room for himself outside the leg stump and carves this away down to 3rd man. He's come back really quickly. Good running from these two to get 2 there. And I'm not sure the South African captain will be entirely pleased with that. Never looked anything more than a single, but Salt must be almost as quick as Jonny Bairstow between the stumps. Yeah, because he was the man who would have been running to the danger end. 37 for 1, Bairstow 17. Salt now moves to 5. Salt was quite entertaining, wasn't he, last week in the Vitality Blast finals? He was absolutely smashing it. It was quick. And over very, very soon, but it was fun while it lasted. Picks this one up over the man on the 45, and that is going to run away to the boundary for 4 runs. His first 4.
I like the way he turned his wrist on that to take it way behind square. Good shot.
Yeah, thinking back to that Vitality Blast finals, I still can't quite work out how Lancashire didn't win that. They really threw it away. It was almost as like they lost their 3rd wicket. They just seemed to give up, even though they were well on top. It was very strange. Anyway, that's the 6th boundary of the innings. England move into the 40s, 41 for 1, and Guidi, halfway through his third over, rumbles in, bowls to Salt. Salt makes room again. This one he drives past mid-off, who puts in a vain dive, and it runs away for 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So Salt is the new Ben Stokes. His bowling's not quite up to Stokes' level, has to be said. Sometimes known to keep wicket, Phil Salt, as well. But he's got his chance. He's got his chance to make that position his own. I think there are other players that you might be looking at, like Harry Brook. Who else might be the new Ben Stokes? I mean, you can't get a like for like for Ben Stokes, can you?
No, there aren't too many that are.
Sam Curran moved up the order, perhaps.
Yeah.
Was that worth a go?
Is he a number 4?
I don't know. Well, he's opened in T20 cricket, hasn't he, for Chennai. Oh, now what happened there? He aimed to drive that straight, and I think it was a much slower ball. He ended up edging it. Toe-ending it.
Bottom,
Yeah, it was only 73 miles an hour. Toe-ended it through to the keeper on the bounce, so it wasn't a chance. But that was quite clever bowling from Ngidi. And he was through the shot way too early, wasn't he? As we see the replay, trying to put it away over mid-on, and Ngidi taps the side of his head as if to say, "Ha-ha, I outthought you there, didn't I?"
Yeah,
anyway,
I just hit you for 2 4s, mate.
Well, yeah, there is that. See, bowlers always do that because there's no comeback for them, is there? Really? Or a batsman, you can be, if you're dismissed, then the bowler can just say what he wants. And this time he's tried to play the same shot. It's not quite as full, and he's got a genuine outside edge, and it's flown away for 4 runs. No doubt he'll be tapping the side of his head. End of the power play, 6 overs, England 49 for 1, both players on 17, that's Jonny Bairstow and Phil Salt. And Ngidi grins, but I'm not sure that he'll be feeling quite as happy as that inside.
Inside he's going, "You fucker."
Yeah, exactly. So what's that in terms of, it's about 8 and over, just over 8 and over for the power play, 49 for 1, so 6 overs of power play in this match, reduced to 29 overs per side. And England happy-ish with that start.
I think 8 and over.
Yeah, not bad.
Good, isn't it?
Not bad. Do you think there's the possibility that the longer these two stay together, that Joe Root will slip further and further down the order? When you've got the likes of Jos Buttler, Liam Livingston to come, I wonder if these two last for, I don't know, another 10, 12 overs. Does Joe Root become sort of surplus to requirements?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think he does, doesn't he? He's already dropped down to 4 to allow Salt to come in at 3. So it's a curious one, isn't it? Jacob, some tweets. Sorry, I nearly forgot.
Yes, Mayank, if we have any listeners in New Jersey, close your ears now. He's launched a completely vicious attack on that state and its people. I'll tell you off this ball.
Pretorius into the attack. We'll jingle him up in a minute. This is played down into the backward point area by Bairstow. There is no run. We'll do that in a minute. We'll just jingle him up.
I want to hear the complaint first. Can we hear
Okay, let's hear the complaint.
Mayank says, "Trust me, there's nothing nice about being in Jersey. It's our version of Birmingham. It's gross, shit accent, and everyone is so fucking thick, it's nauseating. If I could get to New York without going through that dumpster fire of a state, I would."
Yeah, I think he misunderstands. We're talking about Jersey in the Channel Islands, not New Jersey. Now that's a horrible smear across the line by Bairstow, but quite an effective one. Beats the man at mid-wicket, is going to be fielded on the boundary by... Who's that out there? I didn't see who that was. Rassie van der Dussen, yes, and they come through for 2. England's 50 comes up, 51 for 1.
Do you have a jingle?
Yeah, let's have a jingle.
Victorious.
Oh, I love it.
Victorious.
That reminds me, I was due to go and see Duran Duran in Hyde Park a couple of weeks ago, but I managed to get out of it because of the heat and my toothache. But apparently they were quite good. There you go.
I imagine they can still do it.
I think they were on with Chic as well. Pulled by Jonny Bairstow. This time it'll only be a single, as it's Yannaman Milan doing the fielding on this occasion. Bairstow moves to 20 from 18. Salt has 17 from 9. England 52 for 1. Of course, Pretorius came into that South Africa side midway through England's innings as a concussion substitute for Felaqueo after he collided with his captain and had to go off. But now he's in from the start. He's halfway through his first over. What exactly are they building at Old Trafford where all that construction work is going on?
That's where the temporary stand was. In the
No,
World
it's
Cup.
not. No, the temporary stand's still there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's what I thought. But no, the temporary stand is still there. It's huge. It's that huge stand. So I don't know what's going on there. If anyone has any local knowledge about what's happening to Manchester Originals, please let us know. Pretorius bowls, pulled by Salt. Has he been caught? I think he has. He's gone in similar fashion to Jason Roy, diving at mid-wicket. And England have lost their second, 52 for 2.
Dear, oh dear. Oh, what happened? Look wherever it carried on. I think they want to check whether it's carried or not. They think it's out.
Well, the soft signal is out. I mean, it looks like Phil Salt has wandered off anyway. He's come back now. Richard Illingworth and is it Saggers, I think, are the umpires today, the standing umpires. They have gone upstairs. Salt is hoping that they will give him a stay of execution, but we shall see. I'm not sure who it was who took the catch. Some other well, that's not going to help us, is it? Really? Is it Markram who's taking the catch there?
Don't know. Yeah, that's out.
That looks pretty out to me. It's a very good catch. It's very low to the ground.
It's Miller.
It's Miller. There you go. So if they've given that out,
I guess the only question is whether it burst through the back of his hands. But it doesn't look like it.
You can never tell with those. You have to take what the fielder says to a certain extent, I think.
Certainly looked out.
Yeah, and it is out. It's given out on the big screen. That's the adjudication of the man in the third umpire chair. Phil Salt wanders off, rather annoyed with life. He made 17 from 10. So again, a bit like in the Vitality Blast finals, it was short and sweet.
Well, it's almost a T20, isn't it? Which means the question we were asking earlier sort of becomes moot, and he does get a game. It's this man.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe
Root. Joe Root, yes, we suspect that it will be him on his way out to the middle. Still plenty of overs to go. 22 overs. Of England's 29 to be completed, so he's got a bit of time to get in and for the other players to bat around him, which is pretty much his job.
Warren's tweeted us a picture of Stinking Bishop on the cheese debate.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. So Joe Root faced Pretorius. He's down the wickets, hit on the pads. Big appeal for LBW. I suspect that'll be not out on the basis that he's more than 3 metres down the wicket.
Outside the line as well.
Possibly outside the line. Difficult ones, those ones. I don't think they're going to review it. I mean, how many reviews have they got in this this length of game? I'm not sure.
2, probably. Well, you have 2 in a T20 these days, don't you?
Leg bye given by umpire Illingworth. So England moved to 53 for 2. Maharaj's got his collar turned right up.
Yeah, he does that a lot, I think.
It's almost like a, what do you call it? That a priest has. Like a dog collar. A bit like a dog collar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yellow dog collar. Anyway, so Pretorius, it was probably just outside the line as well, as the Bear said. Pretorius then, final ball of his first over. He's got a wicket. He's into Bairstow. Bairstow drives through the covers. There is a man now positioned out in the deep. That is Klassen. And it's just a single. Bairstow goes to 21. Root yet to score. England after 7 are 54 for 2. Yes, go ahead.
There's greetings from Mirpur. Hope everyone is well. I'm fearing a Mickey Arthur's moment at some stage today. He also says he, brackets of the Bish, does have a bird bath, so I've heard. Joe Grover says, I were about to praise the Smaximum, which he spelt Smack Simon.
You've misspelt the Spaximum.
Which were excellent as always, but then Piers Morgan appeared on my Twitter feed. Not your fault, but it really distracted from my enjoyment.
Well, that's all we need, Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan buggering up the Maximum for you. That's,
Brian says, I've tried many smelly cheeses, including the renowned Stinking Bishop, but the worst thing I've tasted to date is Heather Ale from Jock Land, a mixture of Highland cow piss strained through Highland Heather. Not good. I hope that South African beer tastes okay.
Oh yes, Brian has sent us some Windhoek lager, which I'm going to try in a minute.
I've had that before. It's really nice.
Isn't Windhoek actually in Namibia?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Maharaj is back into the attack. Left arm spin. Bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow just bunts this away onto the onside towards mid wicket, as if he was just getting that ball out of the way while he did something more important, like go down the pitch and have a little prod at it. Maharaj again in bowls. Bairstow goes back, forces through the offside. He'll only get a single, and this is the captain's jingle.
Well, we played it once.
Oh, we played again, Bear.
Fuck off, man.
Oh my goodness me.
All right.
It's a good one.
From South Africa. Started up bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
Maharaj. None for 8 into his second over. He opened things. Oh, now Root plays one of those little backward ramp shots and could have been caught by Quinton de Kock, who was anticipating it a little bit because he has to go down so early to get into position for that shot, and it may have come off the wicket-keeper's shoulder.
I think it did.
I'm
not sure he hit it though.
Did he get on something on that? Yeah, I think
he
he has.
did,
Yeah. No, it's hit him in the grill. It's hit him in the grill as he tried to move to his right to take a catch.
Yeah, presumably, because they were all shouting to catch it off the grill, that wouldn't have counted, would it?
Do you know, I think things have changed with regards to grills and helmets and balls coming off them, because I saw an incident in a game quite recently and I thought, well, that can't be out, but it was. So I think you need to check the laws these days. Maharaj into Bairstow. Bairstow's hit on the pad. Big appeal. I think that's going down the leg side, as does the umpire. And there is no run. But this is a good over from Maharaj. 56 for 2 England. That one just hurried through. Went back, hit him on the pad.
Hit him outside the line, I think.
Well outside the line of leg stump. No danger of that. Quinton de Kock thought it was interesting, but I can't see why. Anyway, final ball of Maharaj's second over is in. Bowled to Bairstow. He does again give himself room outside the leg stump. Once more forces through the offside, but again just a single. Pretorius does the fielding. And at the end of the 8th over, England are 57 for 2. Jacob.
Tony has given a beer recommendation to go with his stinking cheese. He has suggested his finger. The Bishop's Finger Ale, of course. Jay Grover says, sad to report, but most of the errors in my life have been only forced by myself, tennis included. I can't even serve. And then Jay Grover has become deeply furious with us by saying, oh, please shut the fuck up about new Ben Stokes. Dull.
Well, yeah, I suppose
Dave Wood offers a solution, saying David Willey is the new Stokes. The question remains, who is the new David Willey?
Sam Curran. It's not Reece Topley, is it? Because he can't bat. Pretorius in bowls to Bairstow, and I think he was trying to clip that away into the onside. Got a bit of a leading edge. It's gone flying out into the offside, all the way along the ground. Klassen has done the fielding on the cover boundary. They've taken a single. Bairstow moves to 24 off 25. He was quicker than this in test matches. What's the matter with him?
At least he's still there.
That's true. We used to say that in test matches, though.
Yeah.
So Bairstow has 24. Root has just a single, but it's Root to face, and Pretorius into his second over. And Root's down the wicket, and he's got a top edge as he tries to cart that into the onside. Quinton de Kock says, leave that to me. Comes from behind the stumps, takes the simplest of catches. Root knew he was gone immediately that he hit that. He threw his head up into the air in despair, and England are 58 for 3.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
So that's not really a Rooty shot, is it?
No.
No, and I don't, he's been forced to play a little bit more attacking than, in a slightly more attacking way than he wants to be, and a little bit early, yeah. Absolutely. England should be aware there are 29 overs. It's not actually a T20. He's gone for 1, caught de Kock, bowled Pretorius. Pretorius has got a second wicket, so injury notwithstanding, he's doing a good job, or probably a better job than Felaquea would have done.
Possibly.
Yeah, let's do some more tweets.
I've just given out the next tweet because I thought I was done this over.
Oh, did you? Oh, right, okay. Anything on YouTube for the time being?
I can remember something on YouTube about. No, I've just forgotten it. I'll tell you now.
It's all right. I've got YouTube.
I've just opened it up.
I've got YouTube. Fat Bars at 52 says accurate description of Jersey Mafia run, crooked port imports, mass chemical plants, railway prison. The joke is it's called the Garden State, like the posh part of Croydon. Ooh, that's dissing.
There is no posh part of Croydon.
Yeah, well, there is actually.
Addiscombe. Addiscombe's quite posh, isn't
Yeah,
it?
Purley can be quite posh. Yeah. Going out to what's the bit that starts with C?
The bit that starts with C.
Going out towards Brighton.
Going out to Crawley.
No, not Crawley.
No, we don't like him.
I want to say Collingdale, but it's not Collingdale.
No, it's definitely not Collingdale.
Yeah,
That's in North London. Anyway, we've got a change in the order. Jos Buttler is hanging back. Moeen Ali has come out. We'll jingle him up in a minute. It's Jonny Bairstow to face because they crossed. Pretorius is in, and now Bairstow's innings becomes even more vital. He's short arm jabbed that away between the man at long leg and deep backward square and picks up a valuable 4 runs. So it gets England going again, which is something they really needed to. They're just getting a little bit bogged down, and that's perhaps why Joe Root threw away his wicket somewhat.
Am I right in thinking we're due a change at the end of this over?
Bear?
No.
At the end of the
10-10-9.
10-10-9, there we go. Pretorius in again. Oh, he's bowled him! He's bowled him! Bairstow was looking to turn that into the onside. Pretorius is, well, he's just sending this England vaunted top order back to the pavilion, one after the other. He's got 3 for 9. England are in all sorts of trouble at 62 for 4.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake.
Great
Oh, no,
jingle.
he's out.
That's a new one.
That's
yeah.
a cracker.
Yeah.
Did you do that, Bear?
No, I didn't. It's Mog.
That's superb.
I know,
I think we should put that as a Christmas single.
Yeah.
I've got some tweets if you want.
Go for it.
Mayank has recanted about Jersey because he's now realised we're talking about the island. He says it sounds lovely.
Well, it is lovely, but it's full of very, very rich people. I think you have to be a millionaire to actually settle there, don't you? It's one of those slightly offshore places.
very
isn't
offshore.
It's very offshore.
Jay Grover says, and they say Americans are parochial. He also says, so we blame the last loss on the heat and we blame this one on the petrichor. Let's hope there's no reverse swing then, eh? And also, oh Lord, I forgot how loud Hendo shouts. I've
What?
been up for a bit.
What do you mean? I shout loudly.
Christ.
Oh, come on. Come on. What about Ed Benson? Yeah, what about Ed Benson? Where is Ed Benson?
Jay
being
also
a
says
Bairstow.
Maharaj for South Africa captain because he's mint.
Yeah, we know he's mint. We know he's mint. He's very much so.
And Messi Jez has been controversial, saying, I hate to break it to you, but the next Ben Stokes is Cameron Green.
Or is it Hardik Pandya?
Oh, yeah.
And Pandya has really come into form, hasn't he, of late? Performing really well. Well, Jos Buttler finally comes to the wicket at number 6 for England. He's got a very pleasant jingle that goes a bit like this.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Jos, but he also can't spell Butler. Jos Buttler. Just because he is Jos Buttler. 1 S and 2 T's, Jos Buttler.
Well, Jos Buttler thought life would be easier, didn't he, as a one-day captain, not playing red ball cricket. But it's getting a bit tough for him. He hasn't really got any runs. He got a 60-odd, didn't he, in the final ODI, I think it was, against India. But not only is his team not winning, but he's not really getting the runs that you would expect of him. That found the gap between Bairstow's bat and pad. He was rather lackadaisically trying to play that into the onside.
Good old-fashioned Bairstow batting.
Yeah, it was very much like Bairstow of old. This is defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. Brilliant figures for Dwayne Pretorius, who's now bowled 2 overs and taken 3 for 9. England are 62 for 4 off 9. We have 1 more over, and then we will have a change. Any more social media?
Yes, we do have some tweets. Joe Grover says, drop Buttler, he's obviously wank at white ball cricket.
Yep.
Old Play says, the cricket is fun, but name your favourite Manchester band. Mine is The Fall. Great work as always.
I don't think I've got a favourite Manchester band.
No one does.
No.
Jay Grover says, that last comment were brought to you by any Radio 5 Live phone-in. Twit-to-woo says, Chipstead to something we said, I'm not sure what. And Leah, hello everyone. Isaac Asimov's the effing sex pest and mediocre space adventure writer. Wife described New Jersey's chemical industrial landscape as Mordor.
This is turned by the new batsman, who is a left-hander and has a great beard.
This guy.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
The Bear is making a quick trip to the woods before he has to take a ball by ball. Maharaj is in, bowls to Buttler, hit on the pad outside the line of leg stump. Ball runs into the offside. And suddenly it's looking like a bit of a task for England. They still have 20 overs, more or less, in which to bat. 4 men have gone. Still got plenty of batting. Still got Curran. Still got Willie. Maharaj bowls to Buttler. He's going to go for the mark. He pushes into the offside, but they will have to hurry as Miller slides to his left at extra cover to do the fielding, and then immediately trots out towards the boundary for the left-handed Moeen Ali. And Maharaj will continue. He hasn't gone to the woods, he's gone to get beer, would you believe? Moeen Ali comes forward. That comes off a thickish outside edge. Just runs into the offside. They won't get a single. So England, even in this length of game, need to do a bit of consolidation. They'd really like to have Buttler, Ali, Livingston, Curran and Willie still to come in the last 8 or 9 overs. Goes back to this one. We'll get a single at least. This is pushed up to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Milan is the man who comes off the fence to do the fielding. And England move to 65 for 4.
What do you think they'll be aiming for?
20 overs. Get another 200 in 20 overs. 260.
Yeah.
The potential's there with the batting they've got, but it's just not performing so far today. Onto the back foot goes Buttler. He crunches that out into the offside. And Nortje does the fielding on the extra cover boundary. This take a single. 10 overs have been bowled. England are 66 for 4. Moeen Ali has 2, and just Buttler has 2. And I'll leave you in the hands of the Bear.
Yep.
Who else? Al Hodge and Hattie.
Well, Hattie's not here. Messi, do you want to jump in?
Present and correct, sir.
If you're there. Yep. Hello, Al. How are you, mate?
Busy work day, Chief.
Cool. Oh, damn. Someone's calling me. Where's...
Do you want me to take over ball by ball while you take your phone call?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Hi, Al.
Hi, Jez.
I am in place of Hattie.
It's the age of Pretorius.
Nice one.
Pretorius is going to take the 11th over. Please don't worry, the Bear will be with you shortly as Buttler tentatively, steps forward, plays this defensively to mid-on, no run. 3 for 9, Pretorius. He got Salt to hole out to mid-wicket. That was the first of his wickets. Root, he came a coming, he came a skying, he came a catching, and that was about 90 metres short of its intended target. And then he got Bairstow through the gate as Buttler whips this to deep square leg, and he'll take a single. And now normal Bear service will be resumed.
Indeed. Yeah, normal Bear service, normal England service as well.
That's exactly what Mark says. He said England will be all out, which is just abysmal. Looks like old England is back.
Yeah, we've not been very good at white ball cricket this summer.
But we're fantastic at women's football, which is all that's important.
Well, yeah. When's the next game? Pretorius is in. Full, driven up by Moeen. Misses it on the outside edge and it goes through to Quinton de Kock. No run.
Oh, that quarter-final against Spain. What a game.
That was a cracking game, wasn't it?
Dear, good God.
And they were all moaning about their goal, weren't they, as well? Very.
Yeah.
I thought, what are you moaning about? It's just normal football. And if they're moaning about that, England should have had a penalty.
Nah, stop it.
You can always do that with a footy game, can't you? Dwayne Pretorius is in. Oh, edged! Just past Quinton de Kock. Great shot. Goes down to the boundary. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Seems to be a bit of a nibble in this pitch.
It's
it's probably the conditions.
I'm about 40 miles away from Manchester, and there is a bit of a nip in the air. It's significantly cooler than it's been. Certainly, obviously Monday and Tuesday, but obviously the rest of the week as well.
It's going to get hot down here. It's going to be 29 on Saturday, tomorrow, I think, again down south.
It's 17 at the moment in Manchester.
That's not too bad. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not too bad, but it's the coldest it's been in a couple of weeks. So, but it's kind of a pitch which is not in keeping with what you see in county cricket, because county cricket, it's all massive scores, isn't it?
Yeah, but as you say, the thing is, it has been dry and hot recently. Shit, seems to make decks flatter. Driven out by Moeen. Squares off the outside half of his bat. Bounces just before the man at backward point. There is no run. Ended over. Who's doing?
I am. So Olfard at Play says, I used to live in Guernsey, which is far superior than its larger neighbour Jersey. The James Herbert book The Moon is based on one of the smaller islands, Sark or Herm. I've never heard of Herm. Ravinaya says the collapse is on. Leah says, Pandya, you say. Dick status, ha. Jokes aside, Krunal Pandya is the best Pandya. And Ravi says, the Saffers are cheating. They're deliberately bowling slower at us. Damn it, this is England's home of cricket, and we bowl medium-paced, mild swingers. How dare they introduce these fiendish foreign variations? Brexit means Brexit.
Yes, fuck that. Butler comes down the track and clips it into the leg side. Bit of a misfield at mid-wicket. They get through for an easy single. Yeah. Brexit's going to fall apart, but everyone's too scared to do anything about it. It's ridiculous. Oh, is that no ball? Or is that just coming around the wicket? And he's just coming around the other side of the wicket, isn't he?
I should warn you.
Over the wicket to Moeen, who clips it out the leg side, and there's no run. You should warn me that what?
Well, Al's going to get wet within half an hour, and it looks like rain will arrive at Old Trafford within about an hour.
Okay.
So they probably are justified in trying to get runs as fast as they can.
Hold on a minute.
Moeen Ali has taken a short ball and heaved it deep backward square, and that is out. Moeen Ali, what have you done?
Oh, has he got himself out? Straight to the bloody man.
Yeah. He's holed out to deep backward square. Nice deep catch. But that is not a good delivery, but we know that takes wickets.
Shigger's wickets to try and see. A slow full toss is a guarantee there. Shigger's wickets, obviously. Shit gets wickets, shit gets wickets.
We need rain. We need rain.
No, we don't.
If we lose this one, we've lost the series. No, I'm not in for Dev Rubber on Sunday. Hendo's doing that. It's going to be interesting.
Jay says, I was pretty impressed with Hardick when I stopped my desire to punch his CND neck tattoo. Bugger doesn't know suffering until he's had vegan sarnies at anti-nuclear marches as a band.
Wow.
Oh, that sounds a tough life, mate. Leah says, I did last night's women's T20 over on Gorilla South Africa, well, the first innings at least, as I'm broadcasting from my bedroom, and silently judge you for not being in the YouTube chat. Oh, can't be everywhere.
Well,
we try.
Yeah.
We try to be omnipresent.
So now you've got still going with batting, but someone's got a bloody stay there. We've still got 18.2 overs to go.
The walking wicket that is Liam Livingston has come to the crease.
He's really frustrating.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
He's a fake Gucci handbag. That's what Liam Livingston is.
Yeah, he's a bit annoying, isn't he? I mean, he seems to have all the talent. He just bristles with too much aggression.
Yeah.
And that was defended and missed. I think it came off the pad, didn't it? Ballooned out on the offside.
It's an absolute snorter
Yeah.
to start with. I mean, it's turned. I mean, that's if you're Adil Rashid. I mean, that's turned and bounced. I mean, that's like a tennis ball there.
Yeah, it has.
That was a beautiful ball.
Well, maybe if we can get,
Beautiful.
I don't know. I think you've got to get above 200. I mean, ideally minimum 230. I'd have thought.
Oh shit!
29 overs.
Speaking of which, how long till the GPL closes?
Oh Christ! 20 minutes. It's defended. Well, no, tried to work in the leg side at Livingston. Missed it. It goes out towards the man, but there is a field on the edge of a circle. It'll be no run. Yeah, it's open
I'm going to do this.
until 6 o'clock English time. I'm seeing if anyone's entered. Actually, no one's entered. The pot's 30 quid. You have, yeah.
I'm going to put some low cover in.
Low cover.
Who do you reckon the god of bad bowling is? Because Maharaj seems to be praying to him or her.
Yeah, I think Maharaj is a pretty decent bowler actually.
No, I'm not saying he's not a bad bowler, but you know, like there's the oh god of hangovers.
Well, yeah, I used to pray to him a lot. That one's driven back by Buttler out to mid-off, and he just hits the man there. It's deep set, nearly on the edge of the circle, and there's no run. It used to be a common state, the hangover.
Was it your resting state?
It certainly was at weekends for a good 20 years.
Well, yeah, and the hair of the dog was the only cure. Really.
Well, yeah. Dwayne Pretorius is in full and a little bit shapes in towards Buttler, but he drives it out to mid-off and there's no run. We need a captain's innings from Buttler. He needs to bat another 10 overs and then go Burko for 7.
Have you got a certified hangover cure there?
That fry-up works best, I find. Fry-up is the hangover cure of choice for me.
Yeah. Brown sauce or red sauce
Brown
and sausage
sauce,
and bacon?
Brown sauce, always with a fry-up brown sauce, man. Goes well with it. Slimy egg yolk, nummy. And now I'm getting hungry. Livingston is getting a full toss on his legs as he goes right across his stumps as he's wont to do. Clips that out to Yanniman Milan out there at deep mid wicket, and is the single. Run rate, nothing special.
Jeff Perkins says if it's the case that Cameron Green's the next Stokes, then the Stokes has been devalued worse than the Turkish lira.
Cameron Green's all right. Pretorius is in off the pad. I think it was an inside edge onto pad, but Pretorius is appealing. No one else seems to be. And I'd be surprised that it wasn't a run to Buttler. Yeah, it was a run to Buttler. It's inside edge onto pad, out to mid wicket. A single.
I just want to make sure if we're talking, I mean, Stokes hasn't died, right? He's just retired from ODI cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just because, we seem to be quick to appoint the next one, while the current one's still playing.
Yeah, just not in this format. Livingston just drops that into the offside, goes for a single. Well fielded, but well run, and they get through easily enough. Butler's 5 off 12. I don't think that's a problem. He'll always catch up. Livingston's always capable of giving it a biff. But England doing spot cover.
Looks like there's demons in the pitch, so to speak.
Wow, yeah, there certainly is.
Maharaj is getting the ball to spit and turn.
And the others are getting movement off the seam, especially off the scrambled seam. And there's quite a fair bit of movement. That's into the pads again of Buttler. He clips that sweetly up to long on. They're going to come back for 2. I thought there might have been 2, but they decided to stick at 1. And that is the 13th. Over to you, Messi.
Leah says you set ODI world record this year by nearly scoring 500, Bear. Bad batting all around indeed. Jay says, I'm a bit worried the Bear is so enamoured with his latest Mog jingle, he's going to play to the gallery. Yeah, he's always doing that. Jason Hiscock says, time for the rain dance wherever you are. And the Ghost of Zoom said, who said omnipresent? Asterisk. Pair of eyes actually. Jay Grover says Brexit has already fallen apart, but we can make buses out of wine boxes, so our algorithms are copacetic. And Dave Wood says Xavier Doherty is the god of bad bowling.
Xavier Doherty was not good.
Yeah.
Can I
I
interest
wouldn't
you
think
in
him as a god.
Can I interest you in some betting action, Bear?
Oh, yeah, you can actually.
10 to 11, 10 to 11 each of two. England's 29 over total, 189 and a half runs.
Under.
I'm tempted on over on that.
Okay. Jos Buttler is 11 to 10 to be the next batter out.
Those are pretty.
Jos Buttler is 13 to 8 to reach 50.
That's shit odds.
That's shit odds, yeah.
Okay. Livingston 25 and a half runs.
What's the game bet?
The game bet South Africa are 4 to 9. And England are 7 to 4.
That's too short as well. I like the 20. I mean, the thing is, the 29 overs. If these two bat, it's well over 189, isn't it? If one of these two gets out, good chance it's well under. I'm feeling optimistic. I'm going to go over.
Oh dear, that's something we don't normally hear. Jay says, "Oh no, I can't take Al's negativity about Livingston. He and John need an essential oil session, or maybe smack. Either way."
I kind of agree. I think he's just really frustrating, Livingston.
Yeah,
just needs to have a little bit more patience, because he knows he can hit it long. Just spend a little, especially in the longer form of the game. Just spend a little bit. I mean, it's forgivable in a T20. You got to come out and you pretty much got to smack it from the word go. And and he comes in, especially when he comes in, he's a finisher anyway. So if he comes in 13, 14, 15, 16th over, there's nothing else to do but try and smash it out of the park. But in an ODI, if you get a bad ball, fair enough, put it away. You maybe take a risk on a not so bad ball that one's probably not going to get you out. But if you're trying to walk across your stumps all the time and club it into the stands, these bowlers are smarter than your average bowler, club level and below. I know you back yourself, but still, just take a little bit more time and a little bit more care, and you'll get more runs more often, I think.
Neymar Butlins is checking in from Kingston, Ontario, about to get on the Wolf Island ferry. Come on, England. Think T30 and hit some sixes. Wolf Island ferry sounds kind of exciting.
Yeah, it does. We have a change in the bowling then. It's this man.
Yep.
His first ball is filthy. It could get a wicket. No, it didn't, thankfully. It was a filthy half tracker. And Buttler kind of got through his shot too early, and I think it squatted on him, and he ended up sort of doing his hockey shot, but it came off the top half of the bat and zoomed out towards mid-wicket. Fortunately, it didn't go into someone's hands and drop short of the boundary. In fact, it was a toe end. But he got back for 2.
I'm surprised that it got to him. It was that bad.
Well, what it was. Next ball was very similar. Again, it's pulled, but not hit with great force by Jos Buttler. Kind of mishit it at the Heinrich Klaassen at deep square leg. Get a single. So I got over. So I need to get. I mean, that's it. So I know we've only got 5 wickets left, but the other side of that equation, 100 and what is now 9 runs in essentially 17 overs, should be well easily doable. Anyway, Shamsi comes in, third ball of his first over. That's a bit better. It's maybe a top spinner. And Livingston plays it off the back foot up to mid-on. There's no run. It only needs one of these ties to be explosive. Then England could well end up with a score of 230, 240.
What is it about South African wrist spinners and the way that their delivery motion?
Well, they kind of tend to. I don't know why they produce so many left arm leggies. Because it's not particularly as that one's played out square on the leg side. I always think that's not particularly. I mean, in the modern era, there's more left-handers, so okay, you're bowling away from left-handers. But I mean, as a spin bowler, I always think you have an advantage turning it away, and therefore, traditional leg spinners, when there seems to be a predominance of right-hand batsmen, is a much more advantageous position to take, as that's worked square on the leg side and there's no run.
At this point in time, I've been seeing 5 rank balls kind of on leg stump. You take a man out of the offside field, wouldn't you, and put him like square leg or mid wicket? try and dry up the runs.
When the last game they were saying that he did that, I don't think they have a cover. So they have a big gap. They have someone back with a square and then someone sort of mid-off, and they leave that gap there, hit through there. That's worked into the leg side though by Livingston. Turned from outside his off stump. Mid-wicket is vacant as well.
Yeah.
And they get a single. End of the over. Over to you, Messi.
Leah says, "You uncultured swine. The best cure for hangover is a roll mop." Ooh, yeah.
No, I'd say the same to you. I double down on that, Leah. The fry up is the king of hangover cures. It's got grease, carbohydrates, and lots of
Yeah, it soaks up a lot of stuff.
It does.
I was just looking at Wolf Island on the map. It's basically on Lake Ontario, right across from the US border. So I reckon that's not far from where Warren is. Warren is in New York State up there. So
that's LBW. That's got to be out, surely. I think it is. It's been given, surely. Livingston's not happy. Again, he's walked across his stumps. He tried to work it in the leg side. He's reviewed it, so maybe he got an inside edge. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he's just.
They've done some shitty reviews this series. They really have.
I mean, he was. I know he was walking across. He was also coming down his crease as well. I mean,
looked pretty straight to me though. Didn't seem to hit him too high, and there might have been a shade of inside edge. But again, you see, that's how he gets himself out. He walks across his stumps. Well, it could be a little bit high actually. He's not got anything on it, and he is a long way down. But it only has to be grazing the bails now. He's got nowhere near it with a bat.
He can't get his bat. He's playing so far around himself.
Yeah, exactly.
That he can't. His bat's never going to get there.
Nope. Well, it's hit him in line, and it is missing. Excellent. It's going over the top of leg stump. Yeah, it looked like it would be too high. It's hit him on the flap, and he was a long way down. I mean, the ball's getting older, so there's a risk that the trajectory isn't as high, but yeah, it looked like it was too high. It's a tricky one to give for an umpire that far down the track, I think. Although initially I thought it hit him lower, actually. I thought it hit him on sort of underside of the knee roll.
It's kind of an interesting change in the mindset of the umpire that someone playing that shot in that way is given out on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they kind of get given out for the shot because it's a shit shot. Yeah. I mean, that's certainly what happens.
I tell you what, there would be nobody left batting on this lineup today.
Anecdotally, that's clipped out to a deep mid wicket and there's one run. When in the old days, when players did get out to spinners, particularly left-arm spinners, it used to be when you were playing a shot. It's almost like if you were playing a sweep shot, you were liable to be given LBW if you missed it because the umpire considered it a shit shot. You know, that's too far down leg side by Pretorius. It's clipped nicely by Livingston out deep square leg, and there's one run.
Jason Hiscock says, meanwhile in Overton news, at least the wrong Overton isn't playing tonight. Jamie Overton managed to hit the roof of the JM Finn stand, the formerly OCS stand, at the Oval today. That's quite a tonk.
That's a massive hit. Jesus. Pretorius is in, and over the top goes Buttler of mid-off, who's up on the edge of the circle, and it's a safe enough shot, and he gets himself 4 runs. I'd just like to see Buttler score some big runs. I've missed them. I watched a lot of it in the IPL, and apart from that innings in Holland, which I'm not sure I count too much, it's not been much fun to watch.
No.
And I do want to see him hitting out of the park and stuff, get his mojo back a little bit. Pretorius is in, guided by Buttler, but can't beat point, and there is no run. Well, so we're over halfway there, aren't we? 14,
just about.
14.3 overs was halfway. We're at 14.5. 90 and a half. We double that plus 30. England would be about 210.
But lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. Well, from here, with only 14 overs to go, these two, theoretically, you want these two to just kind of finish the innings off and get a bit lucky and smash it around. And then still a big score could be on as that one's driven up to mid-off. They get themselves a single. Buttler will chain the strike. 91 for 5 after 15. England, over to you, Messi.
Dizzy Yates, once known as Captain Yates, is with us and bringing us the wisdom of experience. He says the best cure for a hangover is not to get one in the first place. Deploy a tactical lasagna before going out on the booze and several glasses of water after getting back.
That's just
the
that's thinking
bit
too
after
hard.
getting back. The best of intentions just doesn't happen.
And even if you eat a decent meal beforehand, if you drink too much over what that food can soak up, which was the common occurrence, it doesn't really do you much good anyway.
And Leah says in that scenario, roll mots are pretty worthless.
Well, just dropped into the leg side. They hesitate about a single, as Buttler did anyway. But Livingston called straight away and they get through for the single. I should say, you've got 4 minutes left for the GPL. We've got 7 entries. 4. Three now. It's just a total of 57.
What's the jackpot total?
The jackpot total today will be about £34, £33.
33 at the moment.
Yeah. Got to build it up for it to be big. You all have to enter, and it's more fun. Jamsey in again, pulled with no great timing by Livingston out to deep mid wicket. Klassen again fields it. I didn't realise Klassen's a ginge, but he is. And they'll get through for a single.
I don't think Shamsi's pitched one in their half yet.
It's weird because he bowled really well the other night, but he's not bowled nearly as well today. Too short most of the time.
Too short, yeah.
Maybe because they had something to bowl at the other night, he felt a bit more confident about throwing it up there. Maybe he's just aware that Buttler could smash him out of the park, but he doesn't. He just plays that up to long on. It's fielded by mid-wicket before he gets there, chases it back, and they'll get a single. 94 for 5. Run rate 6.06. It should be, well, that's why they're going 189, I suppose.
Yeah, 36 is his 180, so 174 and a bit. Yeah, 177 maybe.
Yeah, I think. I think they'll.
It's all about wickets, isn't it?
It's all about wickets. These two have pretty much got to do it. That was a googly for the left armour, but it pitched outside leg and just was not square again by Livingston that time. He'll get himself a single.
I like this though, sensible stuff.
Well, it is quite sensible, isn't it? Sure, someone somewhere will be going, no, I got here, but they've lost 5 wickets. These two got to get through pretty much to the end. That's tossed up a little bit better, more, and this time Shamsi can field off his own bowling. It hits him, but goes to mid wicket, and there won't be a run.
All a bit chaotic.
Yeah, well, saved a run though.
Fair enough.
Buttler beginning to speed up a little bit, 17 off 22. Of course, Nilkir's got to come back. In fact, I was just wondering how many overs. I can't remember how many. Was it three bowlers or 4 bowlers with 6 and 1 with 5? Is that how it works? I presume.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Shamsi last ball.
4 with 6.
Played back to him, and there ain't no run. Ends the over. 16 overs gone. England 95 for 5. Over to you, Messi.
Mayank says Nick Boyer and Paul Adams will forever have the best bowling actions. Warren says he's a touch under 300 miles to Wolf Island, but Goat Island is just up the road. But in terms, 300 miles is just up the road. And appropriately enough, Neymar Buttons has actually sent us a photo of him on the Wolf Island ferry, which looks fucking glorious. Just a beautiful day out there on the blue water on the ferry in his hat. Beautiful. Good on you. I'd love to be there. Billy Bond says you should change the jingle for batsman has. I don't know how to bat because we are wank.
I don't know where you're getting that from. Yeah, exactly. Well, let's carry on with the game. Livingston is facing up. Maharaj is in, and he's played up towards mid-on. Mid-wicket just can't cut it off, and so they get themselves a single. Maharaj has bowled 4, so this is his 5th. Ngidi has potentially 3 left. Nortje potentially 4 left. Dwayne Pretorius could only bowl another 1, and Shamsi could bowl another 4. One of them will miss out on bowling their full quota. Well, 6 overs, not their full quota. That's clipped into the leg side by Buttler. I presume they didn't go for a run that time. They did not. And hang on, 96 for 5. And 96.
Everybody's got their wisdom about hangovers.
Oh, of course, everyone's got it. Yeah, that's it. That's a constant. You know, what's the best hangover cure? There's lots of people with lots of different ideas. So that's played up to long on. There's no one. Some people think raw eggs are good, but oof, that makes me want to vomit after I've got a hangover.
It's more the texture, isn't it?
Yeah. Maharaj is played up to long on by Liam Livingston. It will be just a 1 run. 2 balls left in the 17th.
They're churning through the overs quickly with the spinners, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. To think about, it seems like Shamsi's the one to target.
Well, he seems the obvious one at the moment, doesn't he? Dame Torres
Yeah.
is the one you don't want to target at the moment, as that one's just worked behind square by Buttler, who'll get himself another single, bringing Livingston back on site. England happy to just rotate the strike at the moment. You've got to sit in and so they've got 12 left after this one. And attack it for the last 10, as that's just dropped out again on the offside, and they'll get through for another single. England might want to do it off a little bit more pace. They want some pace on the ball, and I guess they've tested the wicket. They'll kind of feel they know what a score might be. You'd hope they do anyway. I don't think it looks the easiest to bowl. It's certainly not coming onto the bat. There's overheads, it's overcast. There's been a lot of rain around. I imagine the air's damp. Somehow.
So I've got 2 suggestions. One's fairly simple. One's fairly drastic. Which do you want to have first?
Well, let's go with simple first, and then let's work our way up.
That's from Mark Ziv. He says half a bottle of Pedialyte and a couple of glasses of water before bed. Job done. It tastes awful, but does the trick after a heavy night.
Slog sweep by Livingston down the deep square leg. They'll get themselves a single. Wait, what Pedialyte?
Yeah, Pedialyte.
That sounds medicinal.
Sounds like Diarrhea, yeah, basically a load of minerals.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, that kind of
Give
thing.
me the shits.
Diarrhea.
Diarrhea just rehydrates you, doesn't it? Oh, now that could be out. That is out. Fucking hell. Butler's gone down the track, but beaten by Shamsi. I'm not sure if it's a googly or one that goes straight on. He certainly hung it up a little bit and pushed it wider. Butler came down. Yeah, it was. It seems to be implying it was a googly.
Shamsi's acting like he's fucking Einstein, and it's the first decent ball he's bowled in 2 and a bit overs.
Yeah, well, he's tossed it up. And is it a googly? Yeah, well, it's gone straight on. He's saying it's a googly. It certainly didn't google. It didn't turn at all. It just went straight on, and maybe Buttler was playing for a bit of turn, but it's a big outside edge. It's gone flying up in the air, and it's been easily caught by the man down at short third man. And Buttler can just... Yeah, exactly. He can
Fuck off! Just fuck off! The crowd says,
Oh dear. So Jay Grover's got a rather more a drastic solution to hangovers. He says the best cure for hangovers is a long period of incarceration. Apparently, you might get hammered after release. Allegedly, I wouldn't know. Whereas Brian says hangover cure in Malaysia, our cure was fish head curry with 3 rotis while seated at the roadside shop next to the smelliest roadside drain. That's pretty drastic too, Brian. Brian, I must say, thank you so much for sending me the booze.
Yeah, same here.
I haven't had a chance to go and pick it up yet, so I'll be getting it tomorrow.
Well, if you're
But
watching, on the screen, I'm drinking the Windhoek, which is good stuff. Very clean and light. I like it. So, Jos Buttler has gone for 19 off 27. That's not even a great innings either. I think my money's down the drain. And that brings in this man.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
see what he can do. He batted all right briefly the other night. He's going to face. He's not facing up though. Livingston in. He just knocks that out behind cover in front of point, and they'll get themselves a single, bringing him on strike. Might suit Sammy Curran.
Well, it's got to suit someone, we hope.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't seem to have suited the top 6 so far, so I guess we'll see.
Wow, Dwayne Pretorius has got. What's he got? 3 for
like
26.
12.
3 for 26 or 5. Not bad.
You'd go for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing this game more in the context of a T20 than an ODI, really, at 29 overs. Only 11 to go after this. And Sammy Khan is going to face his first ball. It's going to be Shamsi. And he just defends it. Full face of the blade out to mid wicket. No run. And the score remains on 102. The run rate is 5.77. And England really quite woeful.
Yeah.
Which they have been pretty much, apart from the one game they beat India. And they beat them in one of the T20s as well, didn't they? That's jammed back to the bowlers now. Well, we lost both series 2-1, didn't we, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, it just seems like there's... I mean, I know that might be less margin for error, but it's new coach, new captain, growing pains.
Yeah, I guess that's cut by Sammy Curran. He'll get himself off the mark. His second ball. Out to point. Third ball, sorry. And he will retain the strike because that was the end of the 18th. Give us some tweets, Messi.
Okay, so Armchair Cricket Podcast earlier today put out a tweet promoting their latest podcast with the Hofbear as guest. And
yes,
Leo responded saying, "Yes, Bear, I was on that podcast before it was cool. As was I."
Oh,
yeah. So they'll take it.
As the one person who hasn't been on that podcast.
See, that implies that now it is cool. Any bigger guests, boys, and that's why I was on it. Yeah.
Am I part of the difficult second album? Is that what it is?
Something like
I
that.
think it must be, yeah. Leah says, I'd support artistic expression notes added to cricket. Can you imagine the umpire telling the opener, East armpit, mouth amateur, sorry, the expression marks in your drive were below 4.
Well,
out.
Sammy Curran knows what he's doing. Straight down the track. Takes Maharaj downtown.
And made it look remarkably simple and...
Well, he got to the pitch of the ball, didn't he?
Yep.
Well, Maharaj is going to bowl it into him. I'm sure he prefers that. He tries it again. Maharaj angles it in towards his pads, but he just plays it up to long on. Haven't got 6 off the first over though. That's good stuff.
Yeah, puts the pressure back on.
Yep. And he's in a T20 opener, isn't he, Sammy Curran?
I think he has done the job before.
He can certainly biff it about. Someone's got to get hold of this attack for crying out loud if England hope to post any sort of score. Livingston pulls away as Maharaj is about to deliver, pointing at someone behind. You're on next with me again. I'm pretty much on for the rest of the day with Jason, who is already here. Maharaj is bowling out into the pads of Livingston, going to chop it out on the leg side, and there's no run. I'm sure he's itching to try and smash it out of the park, but it doesn't seem that sort of wicket again. Livingston cuts that into the ground hard. Looks worried for a minute that he might cut it back into his stumps, but no, just bounces up and bounces back down again.
It's like he's got 4 shots.
Yeah, the big...
and if he can't hit any one of those 4 shots, he goes from Einstein to Mr. Bean.
Yeah, basically. He doesn't seem to want to come down the track at the spinners, which is not a bad option. If you want to hit big anyway, as he chunks that one up to long on. There's no run.
I think part of the frustration I had with him, or have with him, was kind of like the way he got out against India. I know Hendo said it better than I ever could about that Pandya had basically got into his skull enough that he kind of gave his wicket away.
Yeah, that one is played down to long on by Sammy Curran. He'll get a single off the last ball of the over, retain the strike. One more over till we have a change. Let's have some tweets, Messi.
Over on YouTube, Emily Elizabeth says, just popping in to say hi to everyone. I'm on a lunch break, been listening though, thanks for streaming.
No.
And so there's a few people there. There's been lots of conversation on YouTube. It's really hard to pick out stuff sometimes. But Dara Aziz there. Tom Diego de Silly Pants is also there, as well as Pokey Bumfinger. So welcome to all of you. We have 48 people watching us right now on YouTube. You're all very welcome.
Yep, indeed. Shams is going to continue. Bowling to Sammy Curran. He's on 9 off 6. And that's into his pads, and he just plays it to mid-wicket. There's no run. So he's got a mid-wicket quality position. Started off bowling poorly, Shamsy, but
he was awful to start with.
First over was dreadful, but seems to have got into it now, giving it a little bit more flight, getting it a little bit fuller. That one turns and it's crashed by Sammy Curran. Oh, good bit of fielding out at long off. Don't know who that was. Was it Nulka? No, it's Miller.
No, it was Miller.
Of course, it's Miller.
Miller seems to have been responsible for most of the decent fielding.
Yeah, exactly. But they get back for 2.
Strange, isn't it? About some, like the best fielders seem to be almost like a magnet to the ball.
Yeah, well, that's because they go to the places, I suppose, where they expect the ball to be hit most often. Funny that. Sorry, Shamsy is in, driven again by Curran. This time they walk a single up to mid-off. And brings Livingston on strikes. 15 off 20. Not very Livingston type innings.
Warren questions when you talk about bigger guests on the podcast. Do you mean by weight?
Oi, cheeky. Shamsy is going to come in for the 4th ball of the over. He's bowling at Livingston, 15 off 20. England 115 for 6. He goes back and flicks it wristily out towards sort of cow corner between the two fielders. Mid-wicket this time comes into field. And they still only get a single.
Warren also says, so these games don't matter, not even to evaluate if the universe Jos can captain and bat at the same time?
Well, so far he's generally, he succeeded with that against the Netherlands, but against decent sides of India, well, he got a 70 or 80 odd, didn't he, against India in one of the ODIs. But it's not really set the world alight. Everyone has a bad patch. It's just he had a good one in the IPL and a pretty poor one for England. So that's worked out to mid-wicket and there's no run. I do wonder whether the actual, what these games actually mean as players, sort of brings the adrenaline level down just a little bit, and it's fine margins. Down the track comes Sammy Curran. That's a big shot. That's a great shot. Back over the bowler's head again. It's looking promising from little Sammy Curran. He gets another 6 runs. Showing Liam Livingston that if you come down the track, you're more likely to get better runs.
Well, as I was saying, he is the new Ben Stokes. I did offer that up as an alternative earlier today. That maybe you put him up the order as the new Ben Stokes. I mean, he's less of a bowler than a batsman these days to some extent. He's got his first 100 for Surrey this year, didn't he? Got first class 100 in not very many balls.
Join us, Jason. Jason is joining us now.
Okay.
Hendo's going to take over the commentary.
And I should warn you, rain in about 40 minutes, I reckon.
Oh, well, as long as we've watched England bat.
Yeah, exactly. At least they can call it off then, and the one on Sunday will be worth something rather than us losing.
Well, that's true, yes. Anrik Nortje is going to come back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 13, bowling at 92 miles an hour. But it's really, obviously Pretorius has taken the wickets, but spinners put a little bit of a dampener on this England innings. as you say, apart from Sammy Curran, no one really seems to know how to quite come down the wicket to spinners. This is short and pulled by Livingston. Suddenly he bursts into life, and there's a great effort by the man out there, but it's cleared him, and he has his first maximum. So the sixes are flowing now. Curran has hit 2 of them. Livingston has now hit his first. And just a sign, perhaps, that England are finding some momentum.
Well, I think they were waiting for the quicker bowlers. Maybe it's not.
Well, Sammy Curran wasn't, was he? He was coming down the wicket to Shamsi and playing really good cricket shots. Nortje in, bowl short again, smashes it again. Has he got enough on it this time?
Well,
there's nobody there. And it's gone all the way. Consecutive sixes for Livingston. I didn't think he got hold of that so well.
No, I didn't either.
There was no one out there at deep mid-wicket, and it's brought him 6 more.
Livingston played a fair bit of the IPL this year. He'd have faced Nortje already, wouldn't he?
He'd have faced a bit of him, probably. Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty good IPL, as I recall. But not as good a one as Jos Buttler had. And as he said, he's now struggling for runs, isn't he? Maybe it's all just happened too quickly. Sorry, Jason, I'll come over to you in a minute. Nortje, and he's picked that one up. He's got height on it. Has he got length? I'm not sure he has. Yes, he has. It's a third 6 in a row over long leg, and Livingston has 34.
Oh, that is. First 3 balls have gone 6-6-6.
6-6-6.
It looked like it got straight up in the air, didn't it?
It did. It did a bit, but it must have had the wind with it.
See, when he's doing this, it's fun. It's just only gives it away, doing the same thing.
Well, he's done that a couple of times in the last 2 ODIs. Once against India and once against South Africa. Certainly, they played on his ego, India, didn't they, last week?
Yeah, totally.
And just said, hook me, hook me, hook me. And eventually he did. And the second or third time he did it, he was out.
Yeah.
England 140 for 6. A sudden acceleration to their scoring rate. They're into the 21st over. 29 overs a side, of course. The run rate now moves up to 6.83. What will Livingston try to do with the next delivery?
Smash it out of the park.
It's going to be fun, isn't it? It's going to be fun finding out. So Nortje is in. Slower ball, perhaps? In. Bowls. Wide of the off stump. Cuts. And that rears over the man at short third man and away to the boundary. Not this time for 6, but at least for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Crowd are starting to enjoy themselves.
Yep, indeed. The beer is beginning to flow. I don't think he had any idea where that was going.
Nah.
I'm not sure where he was trying to hit that. Probably over mid-on.
Nah, I think he was trying to smash it square.
Maybe. Well, he got it finer than he intended, and it flew away. No one down at third man. Man up inside the circle instead. So 22 from this over. 5th ball, he goes wide on the crease. Short, slower one. Slapped straight to the man on the edge of the circle. Brilliant bowling from Anrik Nortje, but rather stupid batting again from Liam Livingston. So we get 6-6-6, 4 and wicket. England 144 for 7.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, I mean, he gets low marks for intelligence there, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's the problem
Liam Livingston. He's not really a great thinker about the game.
No.
38 off 26. He'd hit 22 already. It was pretty obvious because I called it the ball before. I said slower ball, and that was the back of the hand one from Nortje, and he was still in that vein of trying to hit the cover off it, and he just flapped it to mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, on the edge of the circle. So that's promised so much, but as ever ends up with too little. It's almost as if, I mean, the thing with Livingston, I think teams are going to pick up on the fact that you can buy his wicket. You can give him 2 or 3 sixes, but he'll give you the wicket. And
Exactly.
I mean that's the old style that we used to play, isn't it?
Exactly.
Spinners,
Yeah.
picking, buying a wicket. Yeah.
Buy a wicket, exactly.
So not over bright from Liam Livingston.
No, but he keeps doing it. That's the annoying
Well, he's
thing
done it
about
3
him.
times in a row now. So you've got to think: is he one of those guys that once he ticks over into that way of playing, the red zone into the zone of some sort. He just can't stop himself. Anyway, David Willey comes to the crease at number 9. This really is England's last pair, I would say.
The fact that Willie's at 9 is not bad, though.
It's not bad, no.
He sounds like this.
You'd think the people would have had enough of Willie and Angels. His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so. Oh no.
He averages 24, he's got a best of 51, a couple of 50s. Strike rate's only 88.4. I mean, it is always generally below 100. That may change over time for one-day internationals. Nortje then to complete a strange over, bowls him a short one. Decides, he declines to take on the challenge. Lets that go through to the keeper. In fact, there's one more ball to go. What's going on? It was a wide. That's why there's a ball to go. It's given us a wide.
I need every run. I need 190. I need England to go over 189 and a half, Endo.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
How much? £5?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to play the wide jingle. There it is. That's not one I've heard before. Willie then waits for the final delivery of the over. It's a full one, and he digs it out into the onside. The ball balloons up. Nortje is quickly after it. He looks at the bottom of his bat, does the batsman. And that is the end of an over in which, it started so well for England, it ended poorly. 145 for 7, 8 overs remaining. They can get 55 in 8 overs. They've got to get 200 here, haven't they?
Yeah,
I mean, you're talking about 189, but 200 has got to be on the board here, really.
Certainly
but only really got this last pair. Who have we got left to come? Reece Topley and
Adil Rashid.
Adil Rashid. Well, Adil Rashid is a bat. He can bat.
Yeah,
He's got plenty of hundreds in county championship cricket. Yeah,
probably hardly bats these days.
But he doesn't. This is the thing. He bats so rarely. He's got fantastic wrists. I mean, I know that's a cliche about Asian players, but
he
really has got the most incredible wrists. Anyway, it's going to be Shamsi to continue. He's got quite a good wrist as well on him. He's a wrist spinner.
Got quite a good little belly on him as well.
Quite a good belly on him. All left arm spinners have to have a belly there. He's going to be bowling to Sam Curran, who's on 18 off 11. And he is in. He's got quite an angular run up. Down the wicket comes Curran. He pitches it in short, so he has to wait for it, adjust his shot, can't really go forward with the big one, through with the big one, and pushes it up to long on. They take a single. Curran goes to 19. England 146 for 7. Now, I'm a big fan of Sami Curran's. Not many people are outside Surrey. But I do think his hair is terrible.
Yeah, that's
true. The bright blonde just doesn't suit him at all. But there you go. What do I know about hair? Shamsi comes into Boulder Willie. 2 left-handers at the crease. He's in. He goes back. He chops it, looking for a single. And Ngidi comes around to his left to field a backward point. Did they get through for the run? No, they didn't. England 146 for 7. They really haven't judged the length of this game very well, England. They've come out and batted as if it was a genuine T20 and lost too many wickets up top. Shamsi in again, throws it up and beats Willie as he just pushes forward. Dropped by de Kock, so if he had got an edge, he would have escaped, but
should have driven that.
I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. He just dropped onto the front foot, played it defensively. It wasn't really much that he was going to get out of that, unless it was the googly and he was just covering up. Shamsi again. Played sometime for Northamptonshire, didn't he? He's in, bowls. Willie goes back, strokes this, and well fielded by Shamsi. Dives away to his right. They would have thought there was an easy single on the cards, but he says no. You will not do that. He gets congratulations from his captain, who runs across from mid-on to low 5 him. And there is no run. Shamsi 1 for 24 is into what could be his final over. We've got 4 can bowl 6, 1 can bowl 5. He goes back, Willie. Ball that turns onto the stumps from a line maybe just outside leg stump. He plays it defensively, just having a little look, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Not a lot of time to do that.
Not a lot of time, but we know that Willie can go big once he's got used to the pace of the pitch. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. We know what he can do. He can make up for lost time, as it were. Shamsi
tosses
again.
as Jos Buttler? He's only won 2. I think he's won both of those. Hasn't he?
Goes back to this one. He is going to get a single, much the same sort of delivery. And he's looking for a second. He's turning, but Curran isn't keen. Ball comes into the bowler at the non-striker's end. It is the end of the over, just a couple of runs from it. England 147 for 7 from 22 of their 29 overs.
Give us some tweets,
Jason.
Yep, a couple of tweets about Livingston. Roger Melly says, Livingston's a very good exponent of the down on one knee slog sweep. Who invented that shot? I reckon it was Steve Ford. I think you're right. And our very own John Bairstow is a bit more fervent in his abuse of
Livingston.
There's more brainless cricket from Livingston.
Yeah.
22 off that over, and there was still 8 overs to go.
Yeah,
exactly.
John and me seem to be on the same wavelength regarding Livingston.
I think a lot of people are
beginning to get that, feel that.
Well, this is it. The thing is, we all got excited when he scored that ton
Yeah.
last year, didn't we? He's done pretty much sod all since then.
Defended into the offside by Willie. He'll get a single as Miller runs round from extra cover to field. 148
And I think,
for 7.
I think part of the problem is having come in like that, he believes his own hype. You know what I mean? It's just like, well, look what I did in the first game I played, or not necessarily the first, but the one that brought him to notice was that mad score, and that everyone expects him to do, and he expects himself to do it every game. Just to be a little bit smarter, and you get more runs.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that can be said about England in so many different forms of the game, actually. Norkia, 2 for 37 in, bowls to Curran. Curran jabs out into the offside, easy single once more to Miller. Miller being kept involved there at extra cover. 149 for 7. Willie 2, Curran 20. Sorry, Jason.
Livingston got that problem like Jason Roy had at the start of his career, in that he doesn't have the fill-in shots to nerdle the strike and rotate it when he can't hit the big shots.
Yeah, but I think the thing is that he thinks he can hit the big shots, and it's showing that actually bowlers are quite clever. Short, pulled by Willie. I think it'll only be a single out to deep backward square, where Klassen does the fielding. There is indeed just the 150 up for England, 150 for 7. Willie to 3. Yes, I mean, he's got to learn, hasn't he? It's taken him a while. Yeah. You would hope that the coaches are talking to him about it.
But everyone will say, we just want to play his natural game.
Well, yeah, they do tend to say that. And I think but you have to modify your games.
Exactly.
Norkia in, full toss, driven up to mid-off, who's inside the circle. Just a single for Curran, moves on to 21. England 151 for 7. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, though, you don't have to be incredibly bright to work out that a quick bowler is probably going to bowl you a slower ball at some point when you've hit him for 3 sixes and a 4. And so you do have to modify your approach a little bit. Maybe that takes away from your attacking abilities. I don't know. Short again, didn't really get up. Willie created room for himself outside leg stump and then heaved it into the onside. He's going to get a couple as Klassen is called back into action, running round from deep square leg. England move to 153 for 7. 1 ball left in this over, and then 6 more for England to see how close they can get to 200. GPL, have we got any scores on the GPL? Any entries in the GPL?
Yeah, we had 7.
7 entries, so it'll be worth £33, I think, in total. Norkia then again to David Willey. Short, he tries to uppercut, can't get hold of it, and surely that's a wide, isn't it?
Well,
is that not a wide? I don't know. I see a lot of short pitch bowling, and I was thinking of this when Hardick was bowling so short to Livingston last week. You're supposed to be allowed 1 short ball for the over, and I know it differs between whether it's over your head or whether it's between shoulders and head, but it's not always easy to judge what it's actually going to do in terms of height, and I think there was just too much short pitch bowling. You might argue, if it's within the laws, within the laws, it's fine. And it's really down to England's stupidity if they fall into the trap and just keep playing the same shot. But there you go. Shamsi will actually bowl a 6th over. He's got figures of 1 for 25. Be very happy with those figures so far.
Let's just go over goes for 20.
Well, England need an over like that, but whether they need it right now would help. But if they could have it in the 26th or 27th with these two still there, They don't really want to lose another wicket here. They certainly don't want to fall short of not using their 29 overs, which is something they did in the ODI against India. Down the wicket comes Curran. He aims another big booming drive and doesn't quite get enough on it. Just drops inside the rope by a matter of inches, but it's straight enough that the man at long off couldn't get across to catch it. It's 4 more to Curran.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's unlike a lot of English batsmen, and maybe it's because he played some of his early cricket in Southern Africa. He really commits to coming down the wicket to the spinner, and he's got an alternative. He's got a get-out clause, as it were, if he doesn't quite get to the pitch. England's other players seem to do it slightly half-heartedly. Anyway, that's a boundary off the first ball, and that's good for England. Curran goes to 25, 157 for 7. Shamsi in again, bowls onto the back foot he goes, and again carts it in the air straight. Didn't look like he really put much into that shot, but somehow Curran has picked up another 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
This takes me back to the Sam Curran of what year was it? When was it 2017 when he first came into the team against India?
Or 18.
And took wickets, scored runs, really put pressure on the India bowlers. It's a fantastic shot, really, to make something of that off the back foot.
Everyone looks at him as being a slight guy, but no one notices really the bat speed of his bat.
No, that's absolutely right, because he's only
just
about
phenomenal.
5'8", isn't he? He's only about 5'8". He is quite small, and he's quite skinny. It's down the wicket, and he carts it again. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Doesn't matter. He smashed it dead straight, and it's gone for 6 more.
Well, this is what we were asking for, Hendo.
Yep. So that was a prime example. It was he saw him coming, Shamsi. He tried to pitch it in a bit shorter, but he just waited.
Yeah.
And smacked it, and he hits it so straight. That's what's so good about it. You can't really have a fielder right behind the bowler's arm. Exactly. So if you hit it hard enough and straight enough, then you should be safe. It's a case of if you don't always get to the pitch of the ball, it's slice it. You can carve it. You can drag it.
There was a team we played where someone did that, didn't they? Was it in the World T20 or something? We started putting a player behind in no man's land. Some team did it. Maybe it was England or someone else.
I don't think you can be dead behind the bowler, can you? Because you'd be behind the bowler's arm.
They were dead behind the bowler's arm.
He's down the wicket. He's not got hold of this one. He could be in trouble here. He is in trouble here. He didn't get that one straight. It was well bowled by Shamsi. I suppose we should apply the same criticism to Curran as we did to Livingston. Catch is taken by Markram. Fired up Shamsi is very excited, and England fall to 167 for 8.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
And the skill there in Shamsi's delivery was that he bowled it wider, which meant that even though he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, Curran had to drag it to get it as straight as he wanted, and he couldn't quite do that. Maybe he'd been better off trying to go over extra cover, but in the end he gave the catch to the man at long off, and England's chances of getting to 200 look slimmer. Yeah.
Indeed. Might have to give us a tweet or two while we wait for the next man to come out.
A couple of tweets from the porn bot, basically. O'Neill Harris saying, just tune in to hear Hendo saying, Willie is stroking stuff. GC radio at its best. And Jeff Perkins says, Willie having trouble going big? Question mark.
Well, he knows about old men, that's for sure. Yeah, that does worry me. Every time I've been watching the cricket at home with my toothache, I keep seeing adverts for bloody Newman, bloody erection difficulties.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, but I imagine a lot of kids are watching that cricket at that time of the day.
They're asking their dad.
And they're saying, Dad, what's that mean?
What's that mean?
And poor old Dad.
He's going, I buy it every Wednesday.
Ask your mum. Sam Curran's gone for 35 off 18. It was a good knock. Shamsi into Adil Rashid. Goes back, hit on the pad, big appeal. Pitched outside leg stump. It's a googly, but it's not out. Shamsi can go down on his knees and implore umpire Saggers, but he's not going to give that.
No.
Have they reviewed it?
Have they reviewed it? No.
Did Maharaj? I thought for a moment I saw Maharaj review that.
No.
Maybe not. 167. Oh, it is reviewed. Yes, it is. There you go. It has been reviewed.
Well, that's a fucking waste of a review.
That is a waste of a review. It's surely pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, definitely pitched outside leg stump.
Should we do a decision review jingle? Is it worth it?
Well, we could do.
Why not?
Better out than in. Better in than out.
Yeah.
Better out than in. Better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
I think the impact's outside leg as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks that way.
I think that's umpire's call on line and pitching, I think.
I think the impact, you can see from de Kock is going well over to his left, down the leg side. I'll be very surprised if that's out, but you never know. You never know.
You never know.
Could have just pitched on leg
Could have
carried
pitched
on.
And gone on, yeah, exactly. Doesn't look like it.
I can't see more than 50% of the ball being on leg stump.
Yeah, exactly. It's given out. It's given not out, so it would be extremely unusual. There is no edge from Rashid. That's what we're looking at initially, but I think we can discount that as a possibility. So really, we just need to see ball tracker, and it is pitching well outside leg stump, and we're not even going to see what the impact is.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. The review is lost, and Adil Rashid survives his first delivery. 167 for 8. Well, these two have got to get England to 27 overs, 28 overs, I would say. So even if it's just knocking the ball around, do something. Don't have to go crazy. Those wrists of Rashid are brought into action as he tries to flick this into the onside. Picks out, though, the man at mid-wicket, the captain, Maharaj, and there is no run. England 167 for 8, 5 overs remaining. Jason.
Brian says, "Shit, I've got the overs are well shortened. My GPL is based on 50 overs.
Oh, is that why you...
well.
Hang on. Is that... what have we got here? Messi Jez has gone for 513, 503, 493. Brian has gone for 483. Hombre Nuevo 287, and 3 more for Messi Jez, 203, 223, 243. Well, I think it's going to be more than any of those. There's a massive gap between Hombre Nuevo on 287 and Brian on 483.
And it's probably going to land somewhere in between, because England are 167.
Yes.
Well, it's got to be, what? Now they've had 24 overs. It's going to be at least 44 overs to have a match. So make of that what you will, and think it's probably going to be around 280 to 300.
Yes. I mean, England do well to get 200 here. And I think that's what their aim should be. 5 overs to get another 33 runs. You get sort of 7 and over, 6 or 7 and over. I think you can do that. Just don't lose the wickets. Driven but not timed by Willie's. Going to get a single up to the deep set mid-off, who is once again Maharaj. Willie moves on to 6. He's a little bit annoyed that his timing isn't quite there at the moment. He's faced 11 balls. Rashid, the right-hander, comes on to strike. Changes being made to the field. It's got a man at mid-wicket, a man at backward point, a man at extra cover, and a man at mid-off. Those are the men inside the circle in this last power play. Nokia is into his 5th over. Took a bit of a hiding from Livingston, but got revenge with his wickets. Got figures of 2 for 43, and he runs in now to bowl to Rashid. It's a short one down the leg side. Surely a wide. 169 for 8.
Wide. I need 21 runs.
The bear's getting nervous. I can almost feel the tension from beside me. Have you won anything today so far?
That's the only bit I've had so far.
Yeah, right, okay. So Rashid, as we say, probably... I mean, how many times has he picked up a bat this year, even? I mean, he's been on pilgrimage, hasn't he, for the last few weeks, last couple of weeks. He jabs that into the offside. He will hurry through for a single, his first run. 170 for 8. Anyone can look up the cricket archive and see how many innings Adil Rashid has had this summer in any form of cricket. Well, obviously he only plays one-dayers and T20s, not playing any red ball stuff. So how many times has he actually been out to the middle with bat in hand? Very few, I suspect. Nokia in to the left-handed Willie. Willie swings this away in the air. He's going to get one, and in fact, it's a poor bit of fielding in the end by Klassen. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do. He reversed his hands to try to keep that in. Missed it completely, and a bonus for David Willey and for England is 4 runs.
Innings going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Another back of the hand job from Nortje, but Willey read it and swung it away. Had to wait for it though, unlike Livingston who didn't. He's into double figures, goes to 10. Nortje in again, short again, and this time a much slower delivery. Completely foxes Willey, who after trying 1 or 2 other shots decides to go for the upper ramp and misses it completely, but he is perhaps relieved to see that it's been given as a wide by umpire Illingworth. It was the slower bouncer really, I think. Really dug that in short, seemed to stick in the pitch, and Willey had a number of times in which to change the shot that he was going to make. Anyway, Nortje again, 250. In, bowls Fuller, driven, square by Willey out to the boundary edge. Milan does the fielding, and it's just a single, 176 for 8.
Adil Rashid, if you put him in Cricket Archive, shows that.
Yeah, but if you go to Adil Rashid, the one at the bottom, AU, who has played for any number of teams, Adelaide Strikers, Dhaka Dynamos, then you should be able to do that. That gives you his complete record, but you should be able to do a yearly basis, and actually the games that he's played. He jabs it in the offside, hurries down the other end for another single. He's doing his job. He goes to 2. England 177 for 8. No, you're not quite doing the right thing there, Bear. You have to go back to the top. Go back a page.
Meanwhile,
go on.
Those bloody Newman ads. My 4 daughters and my wife used to laugh at the ads, and so I pointed out and maybe the bloke was trying to get the job over, so you could go and do something else you'd much rather be doing, like washing the car or mowing the grass.
This one cramps Willey for room. Gets a leg by. I'm not quite sure what that came off. I think he may have boxed that all the way out to square cover. He gets a single. Will keep the strike. End of the over. Nortje 5 overs, 2 for 52. England 178 for 8. They have 4 of their 29 overs remaining. Can someone who knows how to use Cricket Archive see if Adil Rashid has had an innings this year? I suspect probably not. But
didn't he bat in the last ODI?
He may have batted in the last ODI right at the end. But I mean, that was it's not. You can't really call that an innings, can you?
No.
In terms of actually feeling bat on ball, I think he's done very little of it. As I said, he's been to Mecca for the last 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know how long you actually spend in Mecca. Let's have a look. But list of matches and more detailed statistics is what you want. And then you can do season by season. Well, you can work it out. But you really need to make sure that you include all forms of match. Ngidi back into the attack. We haven't seen him for a while. 3 overs, none for 28 right at the beginning. Bowls to Willey. Willey slashes that through the offside. It's again probably only going to be a single as Klassen comes in to do the fielding. 179 for 8. Willey moves on to 12. Rashid has 2.
And Al Hodge sends us a weather update on the internal channel saying it's heavy rain in the Wirral. Moving north. We're about 40 miles outside Manchester.
So hang on, I'm just trying. Which is further north, the Wirral or Manchester? It's the Wirral, isn't it?
The Wirral, yes.
So if it's already in the Wirral, it won't be coming down to Manchester, will it? Or have I got that wrong?
Depends which way the wind's blowing.
He had 4 innings against the West Indies.
Right, okay. He got 22 in one of them.
He got 25 runs in total, so he got virtually all his runs in one.
One series, the great total of 25 runs. Well, that was a while back. That was February, March, wasn't it?
Yeah, he hasn't played a first-class game.
No, indeed. Ngidi into Rashid. Rashid waits for this and then just dabs it towards the edge of the circle towards backward point. And they take a single. He goes on to 3. England to 180 for 8.
He's had 1 this day innings. He scored no runs.
There you go then. Yeah, well, he hasn't. Well, I think that proves our point that he has hardly touched a bat in the last 12 months, really. So to expect him to come out and play with great wizardry might be asking a bit too much. And Ngidi in again, short, and Fox's Willie, who's through the stroke, the pull far too early, and the ball runs through or bounces through to Quinton de Kock. 180 for 8. England ought to get 200 here.
I need 10 more runs.
Yeah, they ought to get 200. They don't need to throw it away. Get 200, and then anything can happen.
Yeah, certainly can. I mean, we got some decent bowlers. I'm glad to see Topley back in.
Yeah, Topley's been brilliant, I have to say. I think he's been superb over the last few weeks. Really enjoyed watching him. I always thought he was a good bowler. I'd love to see him fit enough to play tests. Jabbed down to third man by David Willey. I've not got a lot of time for Don Topley, but I've got a lot of time for Reece Topley.
Well,
yeah, but we all know about that. 181 for 8. Willie moves to 13. We have 3.2 overs remaining, 20 balls. That ought to be enough. He ought to be able to prod around to get 20 runs. Get 15 of those from the first 15 balls, and then go for the big shots. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe get up to 205, 26, 27.
Not sure what Brian's meaning when he says, does the bear need a 12-year-old to help work the computer?
No.
Well, I'm more than a 12-year-old. I've shown him how to do Cricket Archive, and he's finally worked it out. And Ngidi in, bowls to Rashid, a clever little shot. He just backs away to the leg side, waits for the ball to come almost parallel to him, and then chops it down to third man. But it's only a single. 182 for 8. This feels like a bit of a waste of Rashid's abilities, doesn't it, not having him bat more often. He has got 50s in ODI cricket. He's very capable and quite an entertaining batsman when he gets given the chance. Just doesn't get it very often. In comes Ngidi, bowls a slower ball to Willie, who waits for it, then almost manoeuvres it into the onside where there is no mid-wicket, and Ngidi has to go and do his own fielding. They take the single. England move to 183 for 8 with 3 overs remaining. Jason.
Leah says, would you be interested in a follow-up piece to our last one entitled How the Gurus Helped Me Connect with the World Again after I was pretty much down and out? That's a working title. Question mark, give it a head though.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Anything that makes us sound good.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. We don't want Jared Kimber getting all of our shine. Praise, indeed. I just can't think of the words today. It's one of those days. I haven't commentated for a long while. I don't know whether that's anything to do with it. I just can't seem to pluck the word.
Jack Glover with us. He said, I'm not a believer in supernatural. I'm a rational. When Jos Buttler got my mouse ceased to work, a download failed, and I had to switch computers. Coincidence? Well, yes. Also, Don Topley is a better end.
Oh, yes.
Well, you said it, not me. Pretorius back into the attack now. He's bowled gloriously today. Got a couple of early wickets, I think, in his first over. 3 for 26 from 5.
What?
He's coming in.
Pretorius.
He's coming in, the glorious Pretorius, to bowl his final one. That one turned David Willey round a little bit, but he managed to ease it into the offside and pick up a single. This is what England should be doing, I think. And as we said, then leave it to maybe the last over to have a big heave. 184 for 8. The Bears tingling with excitement at the prospect of going past 189.5.
Absolutely.
Run rate has shifted up just above 7.03. Pretorius is rather vigorously making changes with the help of his captain to the field for the right-handed Adil Rashid. Rashid has 4 from 6.
So would it be William Topley opening the bowling then?
Probably, or even will Curran open? No, I think. Well, the trouble is Willie and Curran are almost too similar, aren't they? They both get swing very, very early. Jabbed down to third man by Adil Rashid. Ngidi will field, and they'll take another 1.
Could be prime conditions for the classic English left arms in swing bowling today.
Well, yeah, but the trouble is these white balls don't swing for very long, do they? I mean,
yeah, they don't, but they swing enough to get a couple of healthy wickets in the first couple of overs with them.
But who would you go with? Would you go with Willie or would you go with Curran?
I think they'll go with Willie.
Yeah,
I think they'll go Willie.
I think they'll go. I have a strong feeling they'll go with both. and have
Topley in reserve. Well, Pretorius has brought a man up inside the circle, so maybe his vigorous field changes weren't so good. And Willie has taken advantage by launching this one straight down the ground. Lovely shot over the top of mid-off. 6 runs.
Bet coming in.
Oh, it is. It's the Bears bet. The Bear is. How much did you win?
About £4.92.
Imagine getting so excited over £4.92 when you've already put £5 down. That's why I'm not a gambler.
Well, you get your £5 back as well. You know?
Well, yeah, I know, but Pretorius in again, and he's launched this one. He's got under it. Has he got enough length in it? I'm not sure he has. He's not. He's going to be caught low down, about 10 metres inside the boundary edge at mid-wicket. Klassen is the catcher. And Willie falls with still 15 balls remaining.
Willie droops.
He does.
On your right, mate.
Klassen didn't really have to move very far for that one. You feel like having hit that 6, maybe just knock it around. Wait for another over or two to go for the big one. Now England have the prospect of not actually completing their 29 overs.
How many times have we not completed our overs this summer? Quite.
Yeah. Well, this is. I think this is what comes from this constant desire to attack. That you don't see out the overs. Now, some people will argue, well, if it comes off, you end up getting a much bigger score than you thought you would get. But if it doesn't, and it doesn't seem to be in the last 5 or 6 games, you put yourself into trouble. Reece Topley is no kind of a batsman. You'll presume that Adil Rashid will now take strike because they will have crossed. But Rashid needs to take most of the bowling because I don't think Topley will last. It's not a case of him, knocking it around for singles. He just can't bat.
Yeah, he's hopeless.
He's terrible.
He's too tall to be coordinated in that way.
Yeah, that's what it is.
He's got a long stride, so he can get down the pitch, but
yeah, it probably only takes him about 6 or 7 strides to get from one end to the other. Yeah, Pretorius got a 4th wicket, and England 191 for 9. And as I said, they've got to make 200 from this situation. It's a psychological boost if they do. Pretorius bowls to Rashid, goes onto the back foot, defends it up to long on, and then thinks, "What have I done? What have I done?
I think you've got to take the runs here.
I've exposed Reece Topley to Pretorius."
He's got to just defend it.
He has got to just defend it, but I'm not sure he's capable. That's the thing. What I saw him the other day, he just sort of stands back and carves at the ball, basically.
Well, yeah, England were in a situation when they needed about 15 a ball. Well, 15 and 20 on and over or something. So we'd lost the game.
Oh no, sorry, I was talking about when I saw him. I didn't see the end of that game. I saw on Sunday against India. Anyway,
the game was lost by then anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. He's got to survive. Pretorius bowls him a short one, and he does. He ducks under it, although I think it might be a wide, so he's going to get another one. It's a wide.
Well, that eases close to 200.
Wide. 7 runs short, with still 13 balls to be bowled. 13 balls can get you 206. A runner ball. That is what England should have their focus upon, in my opinion. You may disagree. Topley waits then as Pretorius is in, and he dabs the ball without really much foot movement. It's almost like a dead bat, old style dead bat really. Into the offside, he survives. England have 2 overs in which to get themselves to 200 or above. They are 193 for 9. Jason.
Dave Wood says, "I have no time for Russell Arnold. His dad Jeff, on the other hand."
Who mentioned Russell Arnold? Where did Russell Arnold come from?
Oh, this is about Don Topley, I think.
Is that the man he caught? Oh, I see. Russell Arnold and Jeff Arnold. Yes, yeah, okay. I see where you're going with that.
Fathers and sons.
And Jay Gover says,
"Not really.
Rashid could have had a wondrous Test career if the Bear had not cursed him in some dark, eldritch ceremony."
Who?
Yeah, the Bear. You, I think.
Who was the player?
Adil Rashid.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Adil Rashid.
If he bowled when he was younger like he did now, had the nous he had now, he'd have been a Test bowler. but
Yeah,
he
that's true.
Didn't have that much control when he was
Ngidi then into his 5th over. I'll come back to you in a moment, Jason. None for 33. He's in. Bowls to Rashid, who drives at this one. I think he got an edge of that.
Did.
Over the top of Quinton de Kock.
Quality shot.
He's going to pick himself 4 runs.
Can't feel that. Just over, it was only just over Quinton de Kock.
Squeeze that tweet in if you can, Jason.
Jago says, my love for Hendo is well documented. I love him even more because he refuses to say the B word.
The B word?
The B word.
What's the B word?
Don't know.
I'm not sure.
Steward?
Steward. Bastard.
Ngidi in short. Gets another top edge. Quinton de Kock has set off after that. He's not going to get to it. He's probably going to get 1. He's exposed Topley for 4 balls of this over. Can he survive? 198 for 9.
Well, another top edge 4 with there.
Another top edge 4 will be handy. But just don't get out. I mean, you can pick up more runs here. Don't go for the bigger. Don't try to think you can do more than you can.
Don't aim on the helmet rather than the bat.
I think it was an edge onto the helmet and then over the keeper.
No,
maybe not. Just a helmet.
Just a helmet.
Okay.
They're going to do the bloody...
Oh, surely not. Not the
Please,
concussion
no.
check. Yes, they are going to do the concussion check.
So
Yes.
I'm going to loo.
Okay. Well, we'll do some tweets then.
John Batham, in his own inimitable style, says, time and again, stupidity upon stupidity from England. If our only tactic is belting the cover off every ball, regardless, we're in for a lot of hammerings against teams that are more tactically astute.
I think that's right.
Probably, that's true, but that's probably the most succinct and least invective that John Batham had said for something in a long time.
I saw John had written a piece. He'd written a piece for the BBC the other day, and he didn't give up. The ECB Reporters Network is a load of nonsense, isn't it? You've got some good writers writing for them, and they never give them bylines on ESPN, Cricinfo, or on the BBC, and I think that is just really shoddy. I mean, if you're good enough to write for the ECB's Reporters Network, you're good enough to have your name in front of it. If we have to go down that line of everyone having a byline anyway, which we seem to do these days. So I'm with you on that, John. Well, I don't know if it bothers you, but it bothers me anyway. Jason, more tweets.
Nesta says, replying to Linux Lear, he says, down and out in Hanover and Sydenham? I don't know what that's in reference to. Oh, it's the Smaximum piece that he's toting. And,
yes.
Messenger says, Bazball?
Well, Bazball's worked well for cricket. It worked well for Test cricket. It's not worked very well in the ODIs for him, or even the T20 recently.
But he's in charge. It's not Bazball.
Well, no, it's not. It's mothball.
It's mothball.
It's
mothball. Shit.
Mothball. Maybe mothball should be mothballed. Anyway, so eventually, it looks like Adil Rashid is going to get another helmet.
Oh, hang on. We've still got 2 minutes for us to fit the thing at the back.
Probably, yeah. So go through any more tweets you've got. You might as well.
No, I'll just have a quick look on YouTube.
Okay.
And we have various people on YouTube. Come on, refresh.
That bloody refresh. Computers, they're not all they're cracked up to be, are they?
No.
They're so bloody slow most of the time. See, this is what happens. You bring in technology, so people like me who don't understand technology expect it to be perfect every time, and it never is.
Well, Don Diego de Silva Pants says, this has been brilliant. England once again lose everything in 10 overs.
Yes.
Pray for rain.
Well, what were they?
So much time for Rashid. Such a quiet legend.
A legend. Well, let's talk about legends in this maximum this week. Tony Bishop asks, what makes a cricketing legend? Now, Topley opens up his front leg and swipes at that one outside the off stump. Gets rid of the front leg completely and just swings. Slow ball from Ngidi, off cutter. Just comes in a little bit off the pitch. But Topley was nowhere near that. Topley, just get a single, man. Just put your bat there. There's singles everywhere to be had. Just get something on it and get Rashid down the other end and get us to 207. Ngidi in again. 3 balls to go from him. He's in to Topley. Topley's almost knocked over by that one. He's followed by it, and he does in fact take his 6'6" frame to the ground. Gets up again. Huge grin. Do you think? I mean, Topley's surely got a career in films to come, hasn't he? He's got. I mean, he's got.
He looks like a puppet.
He's a sort of. He's a
the lead puppet in Team America, I reckon.
Oh, do you think? I thought maybe he's got a Bond villain in him.
Well, yeah, possibly.
He's got that big square face, hasn't he?
And a bit like Desperate Dan from Beano.
Yeah, huge jaw. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think he could be the son of Jaws.
Son of Jaws, yes. Yes, indeed. Full, and he gets an edge, and he's going to get a run down to third man. I don't think he meant it to go there, but it takes England within one run of 200.
What a target will be 200.
199. Well, that's one way of looking at it. 199 for 9. They were 111 for 6 or 108 for 6. So it's an improvement in that sense.
A couple of big biffs from Sam Curran and Liam Livingston.
Yep. Couple of two good overs. Well, 2 good half overs, really, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, in T20 terms, I suppose they got 30s, both of them.
Yep. Well, we've seen teams get well over 200 in T20s. This is a T29. And Guidi is coming in to complete his work for the day. And Rashid waits for it, right up there in the block hole. Yes. Guides it with the angled bat to backward point. England go to 200. They're 200 for 9. And what's more, Adil Rashid has strike. 1 over to go.
Yep. Go for it.
Message has clarified that the B word is actually Bazball.
Oh, right. So yes.
Talking about it. Which Perkins has responded and said, since Josh is captain, surely England are playing Buttsball.
Buttball, Mothball, or as I call it, Stokey Cullen Ball, because Stoke and Key have their sort of part of their own name of each other's names in their names, don't they? But it hasn't taken on, funnily enough, probably because I haven't got enough readers. Anyway, 200 for 9. Anrik Nortje will bowl the final over of the innings. He's bowled 5 already, 2 for 52. Pretty good, apart from that period when he was taken for 3 sixes and a 4 by Liam Livingston.
Fat Kid doesn't need any more.
Fat Kid has been given. I wasn't going to say that, but Bear. I was going to say a kid of some size is having chips and scampi by the looks of things. Looks good though at Old Trafford.
I had scampi down in Herne Bay yesterday.
Oh, I do like scampi. Full and well played by Rashid. He's going to get 2. Surely he is. Going to go back for the second. Yes, he is. He's going to have to hurry. He's put the dive in. He could be out. I don't think he's got there. What on earth was he doing?
He's not the quickest.
He should have got back for that. I thought the real worry would be Topley lumbering from one end to the other.
I think his back got stuck.
What on earth happened? I think he's killed a pigeon. I think he must have run into a pigeon because there's feathers everywhere. So I don't know what happened there, but we're going to have to find out. We're going to see from side on. He put in the dive. Quinton de Kock took the whole stump out. Oh, he's out by miles. He's out by absolute miles. I say a foot and a half, even with the dive.
That's 2.
So that's rubbish, isn't it, from England again?
Yeah.
He should have got back for 2 there.
Should have done. You'd have thought.
And hasn't done. And England are all out. They haven't batted through their 29 overs.
29.
Again.
They got 202.
5 balls left unused, and that's criminal in this day and age. 202 for 9. They are then in the end. 201, in fact, all out as the clock ticks round, the scoreboard ticks round. And South Africa will need 202 to take a 2-0 unassailable lead in this series.
And if they do, no one will run the IPL. In fact, South
GPL
Africa,
even.
GPL. They'd have to lose horrifically, South Africa, for anyone to win the GPL.
Well, as much as we criticised Liam Livingston, he ended up being the top scorer in that innings with 38. Sam Curran made 35. Willie 21. Jonny Bairstow 28, Jason Roy 14, Phil Salt 17, Joe Root and Moeen Ali 1 and 6. That was a period when England got behind the rate. Really, they were 48. Was it 49 for 1 off the first power play, the first 6 overs, and then it took them 7 overs to get the next 28 runs while they were losing 3 or 4 wickets.
Yeah.
So that was a problem for England. Pretorius was the main destroyer. He picked up 4 wickets. I'll give you his figures. 4 for 36 from 6 overs. Shamsi 2 for 39 from 6. Nortje 2 for 53 from 5.1. And Guidi 5 overs, no maidens, none for 39. Maharaj, who opened the bowling, left arm spin, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Economy of 4.83. He'll be very happy with his performance today. Anyway, it's time for a little bit of a break. I'm not sure how long the break's going to be.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. So we're going to put something on for 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're going back to the semi-final. It's Fat Boys versus the Beardy Bastards.
Are we playing that?
Yes.
Dice cricket.
We are. target is 256.
See you in a bit.
And the Beardy Bastards are 30 for 2.
Yay. Come on, the fat boys.
Mohammed Yusuf was on number 4 batsman. Let's hope that Yusuf will solve the conundrum that is Dwayne Leverock.
Oh no!
And Leverock's gone up again. He's been given.
Oh, Leverock's on fire.
That's a hat trick.
Is it a hat trick?
It's a hat trick. As it is. Over 2
Oh
overs.
my word!
Whoa, Dwayne, my boy. Oh,
The
extraordinary.
ball just got on the full.
Did that catch him on the boot? Did that catch him on the
Catched
full on
him
the boot?
Full on the boot. Not even. Just completely deceived in the flight, Mohammed Yusuf, and he trudges like a man who had known he's let his entire side down, and it's 30 for 3, and it's all falling around the ears of the Beardy Bastards 11.
Yeah, recognising the tactic of bowling very wicket to wicket worked so well for the Beardy Bastards bowlers, and Dwayne Leverock had Mike Brearley LBW off the last ball of his first over, and then Moeen Ali bowled Mohammed Yusuf LBW, a high-class hat trick for Dwayne Leverock to follow up his heroics with the bat, where he scored 53 off 14. What a day for the big Bermudan.
Well, on a day where he knows that he's representing the, as you said, the cultural, the sporting highlight of the Bermudan nation, he really has taken them all on his shoulders, so it appears. Let's just hope that the number 5 batsman will turn round and cause a bigger turnaround as Leverock did in the first innings. Paul Sterling will come and face.
This is my lead. Don't you be getting out. He won't be getting out. Who am I talking about? Paul Sterling. He bats so pretty, yeah? He's gorilla, yeah?
Well,
it's all talk about hanging delicately by a thread this entire innings. And Sterling acts as if there has been nothing going on but good things in the innings so far. One step down the pitch, straight down the ground, one bounce, 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, he's a danger.
He is certainly a danger. And Leverock's up again. Hendo can't believe that this Howzat thing is working. Oh, and there's...
I can't see the dice!
No,
it jumped out. They're still debating.
It's still debating, and it's going to be rolled again. And he's been stumped!
Oh, brilliant work by Mohammed
Sterling
Shazad.
just dragged his back foot forward. And as quick as you like, the bails have been removed. And Sterling's going to have to go. Sterling's going to have to go 34 for 4.
Lightning Donny-esque hands from the big man behind the stumps. No take back towards the body at all. Just shoving the gloves forward and knocking off the bails. Paul Sterling gone for 4 off 2, stumped by Mohammed Shazad. Dwayne Leverock, who went for 16 off who went for 12 off the first 5 balls of his spell, has since taken 4 for 4 in his last 5 balls. 34 for 4, the Beardy Bastards.
Well, is that the end of the over? It means that...
No. 2 to come. 2 to come.
Oh, 2 to come. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Could get 6.
One to come. 4 wickets. 4 wickets and a 4.
No, 2 to come. It's been 3 wickets and a 4 in this over.
3 wickets and a 4. Sorry, I'm losing count of how many wickets have been taken in this over. Well, we've had grace on grace. Now it's time for Finn Botham to step to the crease. Terence Botham cut striding in, number 6.
That's right, it's Be Fair. Beefy has got boring. Yes. That's right, it's beefy.
So, 34 for 4. No good time for. There's no more time for a thin Botham innings than now. 34 for 4. 2 to go from Leverock in this quite amazing over.
Oh, yeah! Oh, get in there!
He's turned to the umpire again, and he's done it!
Oh my
Botham
word!
with a golden duck. Botham with the golden duck. It's 35 for 5.
34.
Oh, 34 for 5.
I really do have to read this again to do this justice, as Ian Botham departs bowled for a golden duck by Dwayne Leverock, the second Beardy Bastards player to be done for a golden duck by Big Dwayne. So he went for 12 off his first 5 balls, and then it's gone wicket, over in between, wicket, wicket, 4 wicket, wicket, and he could be on for a second hat-trick in 2 overs.
Oh please, come on, this would be amazing.
Well,
34 for 5,
a
1 ball
second
to cut.
hat-trick in 7 balls.
Yes.
Come on, Dwayne.
I don't know whether this is a tactic by Bonner, but Bonner is walking up very slowly to the to the crease. I think trying to maybe disrupt a little bit of the rhythm that is overtaken the innings so far.
Let's
34 for 5.
Let's give him time to compose his thoughts while he has a jingle.
The only bowler to take multiple T20 international hat-tricks is Lasit Malinga.
This is possibly the greatest spell of bowling that's ever been happening in Anzac cricket, and Bonner, just with a sneaky inside edge, takes one off what I believe is the last ball of the over. This over that's taken so long to bowl, with this ever-exchanging catalogue of batsmen that have trudged in and trudged out again. At the end of the over, that is 35 for 5.
35 for 5, having been 30 for 1 at the start of the over. 221 still to win. WG Grace, watching aghast at the other end, is still going to be at the other end because Bonner took that single. 12 for 4, Bonner on 1. So wicket, wicket, 4, wicket, wicket, 1. Dwayne Leverock, 2 overs, 5 for 17, 5 wickets in 6 balls for 4 runs. Outrageous work by Dwayne Leverock after his heroics.
What a hero.
With the bat. A hero to us all.
Just one more thing before we go any further. In your life, Hendo, if you ever moan about a dice roll ever again, I am going to make you eat it.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm going to offer you a review.
No. Let's not talk about who did what to who. If he moans again,
yeah,
we'll
all tell him to fuck off.
Eat that dice.
Who's going to bowl the next over?
As if it matters.
Exactly.
He's just been talking to his namesake, and in fact, he's talking to himself at the non-striker's end. It's going to be WG Grace again.
Oh. We don't need his English there. He's carrying on.
Yeah, he's continuing.
He's bowling to Bonner.
He's continuing it.
Oh my God!
And will the carnage continue?
No!
Oh!
Just down leg side. Grace can't believe it. Bonner smiles. I think he's just giving Grace a little bit of a wink there as he's coming back to bowl for the second ball.
Dubious.
Bonner has flicked that away off his legs behind square. A bit of a misfield by Hughes there on the boundary, and they're going to come through and take 3. Bonner moves on to 4, and that means we will have more Grace on Grace action. Thin Grace looking steely-eyed, and Fat Grace has gone up. Will Grace take Grace?
Yes!
Yes! Grace has been undone by Grace. An amazing stumping by
An
the big
amazing
man behind the
Grace.
stumps. Amazing Grace. Grace has gone for 12.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are gone, gone.
More wonderful work behind the stumps by Mohammed Shahzad. W.G. Grace stumped Mohammed Shahzad, bowled W.G. Grace for 12 off 5, 1-4 and 1-6. 38 for 6, having been 30 for 1, not
10 balls
9
ago.
balls ago.
It was interesting. Fat Grace waved Thin Grace like I'll see you later, like 20 years later or so.
Oh, yes.
Just all the wind seems to have been knocked out of the sails. Marshall looks like a deer in the headlights as he comes out to bat at number 8. So it will be Marshall facing W.G. Grace. And Marshall has kind of just scooped that. It's gone all the way back, and it's... I thought it was going to be caught on the boundary there, but 1 foot over the line, and it's 6 runs to Marshall. I think that might have been Leverock who just overstepped there. Oh, but Grace has come back with one, I think, that's just seamed back into Marshall. And Shahzad can't believe it behind the stumps. He thought he had him all ways to Sunday, but unfortunately, umpire strikes back, has turned round and said that that's not out.
Oh dear.
Hanging on by the thinnest of threads, but Grace has put him under more pressure.
Yeah! And we're out. And it's welcome back.
I ate dice cricket and I ate Dwayne bloody Leverock.
And we're back, and Al's going to take you through the next 10 overs. And would you welcome Hattie for the first time? Hello, Hattie, how are you? You're on mute. There you are.
No, that's better.
Yes.
I'm alright, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
Glad we got some cricket in eventually. Let's have some jingles to start this innings off. We have this guy batting.
Quentin the cock has a name you can mock, but he's really quite useful at cricket. I hope that he can...
Topley in, and that's beating the outside edge first up. Well, that's a lovely movie, seamy delivery by Topley.
Yeah, there's a bit of swing, isn't there? I mean, it's good bowling conditions.
Yeah, that's just shaped away from him ever so slightly, and he's really quite a long way away from that in the end. It's a lovely ball to get first up. Hiya, Hattie.
Hello, lovely. How you doing?
Oh, for a Friday, not too bad.
Yeah.
The weekend.
It's pretty damp down here, so.
And that has been squirted away off the outside edge. And Adil Rashid, down at third man, will throw the ball in, and South Africa and Quentin de Kock are off the mark. Chasing 202. Don't know if you saw the England innings, Hattie. It was a bit stop-starty, a bit exciting and brainless all at the same time.
Well, yes, exactly. And I mean, I'm not one for bringing the Test players back into the ODI side when they haven't played much, like Bairstow and not Bairstow, like Root, because he hasn't played for years. So, and he hasn't produced anything like his good form. So, he hasn't produced it, has he?
That seems to be the case. That is down the leg side, and that's been scooped up, and Topley's taken a catch.
He's claiming it, isn't he?
He's claiming it. Now, has it hit the bat? And the Milan, who isn't David Milan, looks sheepish. Butler's gone to a review, and so let's look at all this again.
Damn! I did get my bet in, didn't I? I just managed to get my bet.
Did you get your under?
I got my under, yeah.
Right, so let's have a look and see what's gone on.
There's been some sarcastic applause amongst the players, haven't there?
That is a fantastic Tennessee waterfall from Topley. Not quite in the Cam Smith League. our champion golfer of the year. So let's have a look at all this again in slow motion. Topley's ball is... It's definitely not going to be LBW. It's pitching outside leg. The only thing here is it doesn't hit the bat going forward. It's a matter of whether it catches the glove on the way back out. Topley's definitely taken a catch. So it's all on ultra edge, so it would appear.
Oh, what a pain.
Well, missed the bat by miles. I mean,
Yeah, now the question becomes about the glove and things. And that's
a really shit review.
That's a really... Yeah. Great work by Topley. Nice catch. But unfortunately, in no way out in the laws of cricket.
No. Well, that gives him a chance to play the batsman's jingle at least.
Play us some shots, you are Yana man. Score us some runs tonight. Cause we're all in the mood for some cover drives. You ain't Peter, but hey, you're alright.
Right, let's try this again. Go moving across Milan. He tries to hit the ball straight down the ground, but it only goes as far as mid-off. Is there a one Milan rule
No.
in ODI cricket? Is Dawid not allowed to play?
Well, I mean, Dawid would be an interesting... You know why? I don't understand. He can play the T20, but not in the ODI. And he's
Does seem a bit weird.
It does seem a little bit weird.
Because that is hit Milan amidships. A very I'm suspicious about the speed gun. It says 83 miles an hour, but seemed to be through and onto Milan and hitting him in what we might describe as the lower stomach area. I mean, he was nowhere near being able to play a shot to this. It was on him and through him very quickly. Bent him.
Yeah,
double.
I think again today this wicket with the conditions isn't going to be that easy to bat on.
Yeah. Do you think there was an advantage in batting first?
No, I think there's definitely an advantage in batting second, especially in a weather-reduced game, because if there's more rain and you manage not to lose wickets at a rain break, suddenly the target will become easy. And the other thing is, the more overs you lose, the more you can just try and smash it around a park.
Pushed wider of Milan, he can only hit mid-off, and that's the end of the first over. And South Africa have just the single.
It's me probably doing tweets, isn't it? Yeah. So I should get on that. No, I think, the shorter the form of the game, the more you can afford to throw away wickets, isn't it? So, I mean, if they go off and lose another 9 overs and it becomes a 21-over game and they haven't lost a wicket, they've got 10 wickets and the score will be reduced, they can just charge and smash. Right, let me see what we got here. Gary Naylor, they're certainly asking about too much with the bat. Hattie's here, says Brian Barrow. She is indeed. And he also says, fantastic piece by Leia and this maximum heartfelt stuff, and I'm glad you're still here. The rest was pre the break, so we won't bother. At the other end,
more left-handed bowling action.
It's weird, isn't it? We can't find left-handed bowlers anywhere else, but today we've got 3.
Yep.
His name's Willie. Listen, gorillas, and you'll hear it isn't so. Oh no.
You wait, they're like buses. They all come along at once, and there's an inside edge. And it nearly takes the cock stumps, but he inside edged it onto his legs. And there'll be no run.
Certainly more swing I've seen here with a white ball. I think pretty much all summer, except for Bhuvi Kumar in that first T20.
Oh, that was hooping her around, wasn't it?
Crazy, wasn't it?
Certainly does seem to be the case. If you pitch it up, it will swing. That seems to be the Manchester way at the moment. Because that is wide outside the off stump and cut, but only cut to cover point. No run.
Yeah, there's a fairly packed offside field there, isn't there?
There seemed to be an extra cover fielder, Hattie.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously de Kock's very strong, through point and through the cover region, and they're trying to literally cut off his strongest point, aren't they? So strongest scoring shots.
As Willie turns and runs in again, wide outside the off stump, mistimed cut shot. Will only dribble out as far as mid off. No run.
I mean, as good as England have started the first 9 balls. South Africa, the way South Africa bowled, they bowled a lot of slower balls straight off. Obviously, they started with Maharaj the first over. It'd be interesting to see where England go with that, because they seem to have been bowling full pace straight off.
I think that's
maybe they were too afraid not to do that.
That has been a check swing drive down the ground, and it's over the top of mid-on. And that is a lovely first boundary of the innings.
If you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I think that early they use Maharaj because it's Jason Roy. That was the only reason, really, wasn't it? I mean, can be pretty poor starting against spin.
There is that. I mean, conditions might have dictated it as well.
Willie in, and this time on the legs. Hits the pads, but going down the leg side. No run as the ball dribbles out into the covers.
Staring at the pitch there.
No.
It's going to take a couple of overs to find out whether it might be that the rain's made the pitch slightly too paced.
Yeah, it doesn't. As I said, I don't think it's as easy as you'd like to have an ODI wicket.
Last ball of the second over. Willie in, and a drivable length, and just outside the off stump, and just missed the outside edge of de Kock. So that's the end of the second over, and South Africa are 5 for no wicket.
We have no more tweets. At least I can't see it.
Shocking.
Yeah, come on, peeps. I know it's Friday night and all.
Well, every ball bar the one de Kock hit straight down the ground was 80 miles an hour. The fastest ball was one that he smashed down the ground for 4. So maybe slow balls and off-cutters should be the way to go, much like South Africa did. It's like England don't really learn from experience, if you like, at the moment.
We've got a plan, I think, and that's wide outside the off stump. Going wider, a lovely one-handed take by Buttler right in front of first slip, but that's a wide.
The Bear, who is fake Bear, obviously, on YouTube, says, "Bear, can you give me some grooming tips? I love the beard. Thank you very much." To which Pokey Bumfinger says, "Just trim it when you're looking to get laid." And he asked me, "Is that why the Bear trims it?" No, I rarely do trim it, actually. Anyway,
Topley in. And Milan tries to drive a ball back of a length, but can only hit the cover point fielder, and there's no run.
But I'm loving the love for my beard, from my alter ego. He says, "Bear's beard is wondrous, like a Babur Azam cover drive."
See, the thing is that because the Bears referred to the Bear's beard in the third person, then is that a sign of pretension from the Bear?
Well, no, because the Bear is actually on YouTube.
And that's on leg stump, and that's been looped up by Milan, and Sammy Corrin has taken a catch at mid-on. Topley strikes. He is a bowler in fine form.
The crowd says you're out.
Any chance he can bowl for 5 days in a row? Any chance?
Topley? I doubt it.
I doubt it. I mean, we'd have to surgically repair him after 3.
Well,
but
he has. I'm not wrong in saying he has been playing for Surrey in the Championship, hasn't he? So I mean, he clearly plays 4-day cricket. But I mean, he had a horrific time with injuries. He was out for about 2.5 years with various back problems. So
no, it might be best just to leave him be. But he does look like he would be. He's got. When you look at someone and go, yeah, you could play at test level. That's no problem.
Yeah, he has good shape. He's got reasonably good pace. He's got great height, and you just kind of think exactly that he would be useful. Maybe, I mean, a lot of youngsters get problems with their backs, and you hope they kind of once they've had the injuries when they're younger, their body sort of strengthens out and core gets stronger, and they don't have so much trouble as they get older. And maybe there's a chance that we'll get more cricket going older. But you just don't know.
That is true. So, 6 for 1 South Africa. A good early wicket. Janneman out for a duck.
And the man in is this man.
Rassie van der Dusen can play all the shots. He'll bring his reverse sweep to every game he plays.
It's a massive step outside the off stump, but a back of a length delivery. He just lets that go through to the wicketkeeper. Oh, a leg stump Yorker would have had him looking very foolish there, hadn't it?
Well, this is a completely different opening, isn't it? I mean, I know they batted first last time, but Potts was who obviously suffered from heat stroke or whatever happened to him the other day, was hopeless in the first power play, and Sammy Curran looked innocuous at Durham, and suddenly, the ball doing stuff.
Yeah. Van der Dusen again takes a step outside the off stump. There is bat and pad, but it all kind of, instead of flying back behind the stumps, it all kind of dribbles and takes a couple of bounces before it ends up with Buttler. But interesting tactics by Van der Dusen.
Well, yeah, maybe trying to get inside the line, but the ball's swinging and they don't seem to be able to counteract it at all, do they? Struggling.
Topley's got him at it. He begins his run up for this 5th ball of the 3rd over. That is a good ball, moving across Van der Dusen, but on an off stump line, and he can only block that towards mid wicket. And there's just 1 ball left of the 3rd.
1 for 2 Topley in nearly 2 overs. It's a good opening spell.
Certainly is.
He probably gets 3 overs at start along with Willie, doesn't he? And then Sam Curran comes in. Out of a
Maybe
in the middle.
Maybe 3 2-over spells. That's going to be. That's always. I always thought it's going to be called a wide, but he's tickled this terrible delivery that was on his backside back to Buttler. I thought it was going to be a wide, but Van der Dusen has to go, and it's 6 for 2.
1 step too many.
Sweet, 2 in a row. I got that in time.
I thought Buttler just threw the ball in the air to try and flummox the umpire.
What?
But turns out he was actually out.
Clearly.
Yeah, just 1 step too many, wasn't it, guys? And I'm absolutely shocked actually, because he would have reviewed it straight away had he not tickled it certainly.
Absolutely, of course he would have done. And you often see them appealing down the leg side with something on it to try, as you say, try and fool the umpire so they don't give the wide. But he was a hero the other day. He scored 130 odd, and that will really cheer England up. Suddenly, this game, I'd say, is about evens. Let's see what the bookies say.
Should we say what the bookies say? Shall
yeah, we should go.
So, according to the betting website that I have in front of me, other betting websites are available. England are 3 to 1 on.
Yeah, that seems a bit odd. South Africa 12 to 5. Interesting.
Yeah. Willie in for his. And de Kock has played that ball aerially, and Livingston has taken it, and it's 6 for 3. Wow. And chaos reigns at Old Trafford.
Yeehaw!
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Wow, interesting.
Back of the length, and I think it's maybe stuck a little bit in the pitch. It's maybe an outside edge. He was trying to maybe whip it through mid-wicket, but Livingston's taken a good catch about 3 inches off the ground, diving forward. And yeah,
I didn't get that one in.
How quickly can you get under bets in, and how fast is your jingling finger?
Well, both are pretty quick, but you have to have the bookies actually offer you some odds before you can put a bet down, and they weren't offering it.
Struggling to cope here. What sort of game is it if you can't gamble? Honestly.
Exactly. The bear says Topley is just as wondrous as Bear's beard.
Wow.
I said by myself.
Wow, that is rich praise indeed.
Indeed. Over on Twitter, what do we got here? Jay Grover says, I'm relaxed on a midsummer pillow. I got from Horicon. Then I realised the lad at the end looked like the bear. The bear needed no costume. Gave me the fear. Never go to Sweden, Bear. You might get ritually sacrificed. Or drink with Gary. I've been to Sweden. Went on a grand tour. Ended up driving to Stockholm from the UK with a couple of stops on the way. I survived. It wasn't that bad.
It's classed in at number 5. This ball by Willie is outside the off stump and moves harmlessly through to the keeper. Shall we jingle up the new batsman while there's still chance?
Well, yeah, let's give him this.
We'll jingle up Aidan Markram when he gets to play his first ball. Willie in, and that is shaping back in towards Klassen's pads. He just about gets the ball to hit the bat in time, and it moves into the covers, but there's no run. England scampering around in the field fast as you like. Do love all these celebrations, like, you know, it's dad dancing galore in Manchester.
I'm glad he's not got any the Sky headphones on. I mean, do you know what I mean? Because these could just tune in as if they were listening to us. Like, oh no.
Inside edge of a ball shaping outside the off stump by Klassen, but fortunately for himself, inside edges onto his own pads.
Do you remember those times when Bumble used to talk to the spectators? It's just like, yes, you were talking, you know, and have conversations with them. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I did miss Bumble on T20 finals day.
Yeah, wasn't the same, was it? Especially in the mascot race.
True enough. Oh, and there's going to be a try.
Oh, that's out, surely!
Oh my goodness, how did Jos do that?
A ball that hit Markram on the pads, a scampered single. Butler dived, picked up the ball and threw it and hit the stumps all in one motion. A Superman effort from Jos Buttler. And we are going to go upstairs to the video footage.
He looked short there, didn't he?
Was it Klassen on the pads, but Markram short?
Markram,
he's out.
He's gone without facing a ball.
For fuck's sake. I didn't get to play his jingle, so I'll send him off with it.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and his surfer. Yes, he's a winner.
And he's out without playing a ball.
In the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs.
Talk about not troubling the scorers. Run out 0 from 0 balls. Hayden Markram.
Well, 200 looks like a genius score now, doesn't it?
Yeah. How amazing is this effort by Buttler? In with the outside of the hand, picks it up really, I suppose, with the wrong hand, with his right hand, and flicks it out, and hits the middle of middle stump as accurate as you like. Jonny Bairstow envelops him in a bear hug, and Jos Buttler. Maybe that's the turning point.
Well, I think the turning point has happened already. I mean, I'm not sure they bat as deep as us.
For those of you scoring at home, with the last ball of the 4th over to come, South Africa are 6 for 4.
And now, surely this guy's in.
Next is a real life wife. David Miller. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Suffer for five, suffer five. He will bat left, ball right, and score runs all day.
Last ball of the 4th over. Willie in. Miller defends. Mid-wicket will pick it up. And that is a double wicket maiden for those of you who are scoring in your scorebooks at home.
There was a woo-woo.
A woo-woo.
Yeah.
Let me give you some tweets. Brian says, want a tweet on a Friday night? Shit. I've been out to the local pub reopening. Shipman's Pub. It's been closed for a few years, but it's one of the oldest pubs in Northampton. First opening in 1790. There you go. Jay Grover wants to know, Hush now, Al. In this way, madness lies, but I can't remember what that was about. Farong says Topper's just lacks the ginger touch, which would add a yard or two to his pace. Warren says, is that Hattie's Hattie? You wearing a hat? Yes.
No.
No Hattie today. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, oh dear, 6 of 3 and an extended T20. That's all she wrote for.
Yorker from Topley, but wide. And Klassen guides it down to third man, where Willie will throw it in. And South Africa have reached the relative safety of 7 for 4. It's difficult to know where to begin with all of this, Hattie. It's all been just chaos.
Chaos is the word, isn't it? And it's absolutely, yeah. Yes. I mean, it's balmy, isn't it? I mean, if I was thinking when I was seeing that replay again of just flinging himself on the floor and throwing the ball to the stumps. If any cameraman has got that shot, brilliant.
Well, that's been, well, Miller's here for a good time, not a long time, judging by that shot.
No.
Outside edge, Adil Rashid is at third man, and 2 singles off the first 2 balls. But it seems like, whilst there's the power play, that 4 wickets down isn't going to really change any sort of mentality.
Well, no, they've got to go. They've got to go for their shots, obviously, still, because it's even though it's only 4 and over, really, isn't it?
And that is on the pads of Klassen. He tries to turn it, but can only find Phil Salt at mid wicket.
No, 4.5. No,
nearly 8 and over.
Yeah.
It's 200 runs in 25 runs.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know where my head's at. You see, this is what it's doing to me. Which is potentially why Butler's not gone with Mo or Adil first up, because he just doesn't want to take the risk in the power play. But then at the end of the 6 overs, when I switch off for a bit, Mo will probably come on.
Back of the length onto the hip of Klassen. It just rolls 10 yards or so behind square on the leg side. Klassen had no idea. But Miller's call, and Miller called him through, and it was a safely taken single. So 3 off the first 4 balls. South Africa approaching double figures.
And the thing is with all short form cricket, the more wickets you take earlier, the slower the run rate is. You can't take the risks you can if you've got wickets in a hutch.
That seems to be the case. 5th ball of the over, wide outside the off stump. Miller crashes the ball through the covers. A diving fielder cannot stop the ball going to the boundary, and that's 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jason Roy at backward point was maybe tipped it over to the bar. Would have been a fantastic catch, diving with his wrong hand, but just eluding his touch. And it was a nail. Flashing blade of David Miller. Last ball of this 5th over, and that is a Yorker, which turns into a full toss, and Miller's driven that ball down the ground. Mid-off, can't stop it, and that's 2 4s in a row.
That went like a tracer bullet.
17 for 4 at the end of 5. There.
Catch up on some tweets. Jay says, after Margaret Keane's recent death, how is QDK going to make up tips? Who's Margaret Keane? Anybody?
I have no idea.
No idea. Don't know what you're talking about, Jay. I love hearing Al happy, he also says. Christy B says South Africa's previous worst ODI score at the fall of their 4th wicket was 19. Unprecedented implosion. Wow. Quite happily have a 19 again today.
No. 19.
Yeah.
So they lost 4 wickets for no runs. So make of that what you will. Willie in for the start of the 5th, and that's a swing and a miss by Klassen. I don't think the ball carried to Buttler.
No.
But no outside edge. Willie 1 for 4, although the run out did come off his bowling. But that ball did seem to move a little bit off the pitch.
Yeah.
Away from Klassen there. Klassen 2 off 8 deliveries as Willie comes in. And that is on the hip. He turns the ball down to long leg. There is a long leg there. And there will just be a single. I love the way that David Miller's just come in and basically gone, look, all right, calm down. This is how you bat.
Exactly. It's just keeping it very simple. It's just
Yeah.
like bish bash.
Yeah. See ball, hit
We're
ball.
waiting for Bosch.
I know that Linford Christie used to talk about hit go on the bee and bang. So is he going on the bee and Bosch?
Yeah.
No, that was the South African girl last night. Like, bish bash bosh.
Bish,
Except
bash,
she
bosh.
did less of the bish and less of the bash.
Back of the length delivery from Willie, just played defensively into the covers and there'll be no run. Halfway through the 6th, 18 for 4. Chasing 202, remember, is the target. Although the target initially now is just really kind of make it through the power play with no more wickets falling.
Well, yeah, presumably next up will be Moeen and Adil Rashid, you'd have thought. Middle overs, strangle.
Willie in, this ball moving in towards Miller's off stump. He plays the ball and Salt moves from mid-wicket to take the ball, but by the time he's rolled and dived and found the ball in his hand, Miller's safely in for a single. He's on 10 out of the South African total of 19.
Well, they've beaten their worst ever ODI score then.
How long ago was that?
They've equalled it. I don't know when that was. Maybe
Was that-
Chris, you can tell us when that.
Well, no, I think
19.
that was their worst total at the fall of the 4th wicket.
Oh right, okay.
Okay.
So some degree of misery has been maintained as Willie is in, and that is tucking up Klassen for room. He plays the ball, but only as far as square leg, where Livingston will fire the ball back to keeper. No run, 1 ball left of our 6th over. So we're confidently expecting some bowling changes at the end of this.
Is it a 5-over stint after this?
So it's
No, we're doing 10. We're just keeping to the original thing, so we're doing 10-10-9s because it's 29 overs, and we just started.
Yeah.
We just started from what would have been the 40th over. Makes
no
it easy.
no rest for the wicket.
Yeah.
I think as that is outside of Klassen's off stump, he can only find the cover fielder. He hit that, timed it beautifully, but Sweeters are not straight to the fielder. There's no run, and at the end of 6 overs, 19 for 4.
Just one tweet from Jay. He says the Hajj is supposed to absolve the Haji of all sins. We shall see if it can counter the Bears' pure psychic disdain. I don't have psychic disdain for the Hajj.
Psychic
What are you on about?
disdain? You're quite zen.
I
aren't
am
you,
quite
Ben?
zen. I don't like religion, it has to be said, but each their own.
I don't believe in the Beatles. I only believe in me, said John Lennon, and he was the walrus.
Yeah. Well,
So, for those of you who want comparison, at the end of 6 overs, England were 49 for 1, South Africa on 19 for 4.
Wow.
The sign for the end of the power play has been shown by the umpire. Either that or he's trying to wind up a giant watch. Topley's going to continue.
Going for the kill.
Topley's going to continue his 4th over out of potentially 6. Tailing in towards the off stump of Miller, he plays the ball inside edges it behind square on the leg side, and they'll scramble through for singles. 20 for 4.
I would definitely make this Topley's last over here.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're still moving in the air, Sammy Curran will do a similar job to Willie, you'd have thought, and then you've got the 2 spinners, and with a lefty in, it might be worth getting Moeen on to Miller.
Some pensive looking South African fans in the audience. It's like, I can't believe I've got to go home in this shirt. There's this is attempted guide down to the 3rd man area, but Klassen can only find Roy at backward point, and there's no run. Miller is 11 off 7, although 2 of those were consecutive boundaries. Klassen 3 off 12.
He looks very like Martin Guptill.
A little bit, but Martin Guptill was quite ginge as well, isn't he? Really, he's quite fair.
Topley in, back of a length. This is guided down to third man by Klassen. And that is thrown in by David Willen. Everybody changed because of the left-right partnership. And 21 for 4 halfway through the 7th over.
So who have they got left? They got Nortje, they got Maharaj, Shamsi, that's 3 of the wickets. Pretorius is a bit of an all-rounder, isn't he?
He can certainly hit a long ball.
And Lungi and Ngidi. Not a lot left, is there?
This is wide outside the off stump, but not wide enough to be wide. So a well-directed ball from Topley. Miller offered no shot, straight through to the keeper.
I mean, I presume it's Pretorius followed by Maharaj, and then, well, the next 3.
9-10 Jack.
Shamsi doesn't bat much, does he?
Who? Sorry?
Shamsi, Tabrez Shamsi.
He can. He certainly he is capable of. But Maharaj has proved himself in Test cricket, certainly.
Back of a length, dabbed down to third man, Adil Rashid, down there on the boundary, hoping that there's going to be enough batsmen for him to bat a bowler. Miller takes a single. With 1 ball left in the 7th, the score has creeped along to 22 for 4.
I think Adil Rashid probably gets the 8th over, I'd have thought.
You think so? Is that going to be your bet?
I'd have thought so, because I think you want to leave Topley with something in case it does go deeper, and if you get another wicket or 2 in the middle overs, I mean, you've got plenty of room. You've got plenty of room to spare now for England. So
you've heard Nostraberis, as that is back of a length and a wristy flick from Klassen to deep square leg. Phil Salt will throw the ball in. Klassen will retain the strike. He's on 5. Miller's on 12. 23 for 4 is your total.
Oh, it's me, isn't it?
Yep.
There's only one for wrong. Rain and DLS still wouldn't be able to enable South Africa to win this match. Not now, they wouldn't. Not with 4 wickets down.
Not with 4 wickets down.
But it has to be 20 overs to be a match. Well, South Africa have to bat 20 overs to be there to be a match.
Even with the 29 over.
Yes, there still has to be. The second team I think still has to bat 20 overs. Has it got DLS score? It does, doesn't it? If you go to the.
Not sure. Not sure.
What am I doing? I need to go to the actual one that's playing.
So 179 more runs to win, and 22 overs left to do it. 9-1 on England, by the way. For those of you who like gambling.
I know. I don't think they'll put up a DLS score until.
It is going to be Willie to continue. That has moved back into the hands of Klassen. You would think he was trying to guide this down to third man, but he can only guide it about 6 inches away from his off stump.
No, because I think it depends on the format, doesn't it, as to what constitutes a match. Because this is an ODI, there has to be 20 overs a side minimum.
Yeah.
If it's T20, it's only 5 overs a side. But this is officially an ODI, so it's not.
Do you believe in karma, even if you don't necessarily believe in religion?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. No, I'll give you some news after this ball. Willie in. That again on the pads. It's moved through mid-wicket by Klassen. There's a short mid-wicket in place. Livingston throws the ball in, but Klassen's going to take 2 there. Donald Trump's top advisor, Steve Bannon, found guilty of contempt of court for skipping the Capitol riots hearing.
Sweet.
That's brilliant.
There you go.
That's definite karma.
There you go. God shines on the just and the unjust alike.
Unfortunately, he only gets about 30 days, doesn't he, for that?
It doesn't matter. Well, just, yeah.
Or maybe it's up to a year, and they should give him a fucking year for each count.
Willie in. That is right over the top of off stump. Klassen is I think he's gonna favour that shot down to third man quite a lot. Topley's down at third man there, and single, bringing Miller onto strike. So, just looking at some statistics here. Apparently, England have pitched the ball up more. The average length in the first 7 overs is about 80 centimetres further towards the South Africans.
We were just way too short in the first one day, it was obvious.
Yeah. Fine margins, though.
Yeah.
Fine margins. Willie in, and that is pushed into the covers. some acrobatic fielding, followed by a terrible throw back to the keeper. No run, 2 balls left in the 8th, 26 of 4. And there's 2 more overs of us, and then there you're staying on ball by ball.
Yeah, I think I'm
apparently you don't take time off.
Yeah, you know, because this is the original rotor, and good old.
But you're being joined by Hendo, that's all right.
I am being joined by Hendo. He's going to hopefully bring me a beer when he comes on as well.
Well, hopefully so. That's shaped away from Miller. Miller's had a nibble. Not a full-blown shot, but a nibble at that. But it's beaten the outside edge. And 1 ball left in the 8th.
I've got half a run to play with. I need him to sort of nick one of these off, really.
Yeah, you need more than a nibble there, don't you?
Yes. But hey-ho. I've won 4 out of 5, so...
And to be honest, the other one you couldn't have got on because it was all happening too quickly.
It was all happening too quickly. Sorry, I got 3 out of 4 so far. Yeah.
Last ball of this over, outside the off stump. Miller cannot beat the.
No, you got 1 more over, 2 more overs to go.
Oh yeah, no. The last ball of this over.
You are doing summarising. Sorry, I'm speaking to Hendo off camera. In 2 overs time, Hendo.
Hi, Hendo.
It's good to have him in. Otherwise, I'll be here on my own again.
Yeah, I need to speak to Hendo. Actually, I wonder if he wants me to write something for the Smacksman.
Well, he probably heard that on the radio. I will ask him that when he comes on.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was wondering. See, he's been trying to tune in to us,
and
he said, "I've tried listening into YouTube." He said, "I can't hear you guys at all." I'm like, "I don't know." So I thought I'd ask.
Maybe he needs to turn up the volume on his computer or on the YouTube player. It might come on automatically muted because we're definitely going out.
Okay.
I can talk close to my laptop. Oh, change!
No. It is a change, and it's gonna be
Sam.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. His dad's from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
He's coming around the wicket to Klassen, who tries to cut it down the 3rd man. Doesn't get it
Certainly
away.
does.
Good bit of fielding.
Demon boy child.
Yeah, his distinguishing
Sam
feature
Curran.
is that horrible blonde mop on his head.
Yeah.
If you want an answer to the jingle.
I thought it was a bet, but it turns out it's actually what he wants from life.
It's a weird haircut, isn't it? It's like a fat mullet. Strange haircut. Kind of suits
Well, at
him.
least it's not like a whatever David Beckham had.
Current in, and that's beaten that outside edge of Klassen's bat. Too quick for Klassen at 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy, Klassen, does he? He's trying to run everything down at 3rd man. It's not going to win you a game. I mean,
Just kind of keeps you in until you kind of see the ball a bit better.
I mean, the required run rate's already up to 8.44.
No, it's going to be a struggle from here. They need these two to hang around for a bit.
Pretty much the entire rest of the batting, you'd have thought.
Current in, but on the legs of Klassen. He'll turn that to long leg. Rashid comes in. Is he going to prevent 2? Yes, he will.
Hairy head.
Yeah. I like the way that he prevented the 2nd run there with the throw that was so bad it threatened the life of the batsman. That was good.
Yeah. Ducking out the way.
Useful tactic.
Too hard for Josh to hold as well.
Yeah, whatever stops him, I guess.
Yeah, right.
27 for 4, halfway through the 9th over. Curran makes sure that he's got the ball in the right position as he begins to hustle and bustle his way in. He's coming over the wicket and he's bowled him. He's bowled him a ball that's nipped back a mile, and that is too good for David Miller. And the danger man has to go 27 for 5.
I got my bet in. It was under 27.5. Sweet. Yeah, it was a cutter, wasn't it? And it did come back.
Hattie, look how far that one came back. That came back like an it came back a mile, didn't it?
Yeah. He ran his fingers across the ball, didn't he? And it just came back in.
The lobster in the crowd is as happy as a clam. Miller I'm not sure what advice he can give.
Not a lot, really.
Yeah. Turns out batting's really hard. Good luck.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, when South Africa were bowling, in case of like when the England ones came in, just like they're bowling a lot of slow balls and upcuts. Watch for those. But England has been bowling full pace at them. I don't think there's been hardly one slow ball in the innings, really.
No, there hasn't been a lot of slow balls, and they've actually relied more on the swing, haven't they? I mean, South Africa did bowl a lot of cross-seam cutting deliveries, and England have actually just gone for traditional swing. The conditions are there for it. And it started off giving them success, and now they're going to cut. As that one did, as you said, it moved quite a lot off the seam on the cut. Shall I give you some tweets while we're waiting for the next man?
Yeah, if they needed.
Do you want to jingle up some people?
Well,
I mean, do we even know who's in?
I presume it's Dwayne Pretorius. It must be. He's the only person who's got, anything like a batting record.
Pretorius. Dwayne Pretorius.
27 for 5. Curran in. And that's just a big stride forward and a forward defensive shot, which at 27 for 5 in a one-day international is going to be a fairly decent shot.
From here, he's got to go for it. Haven't you?
Yeah, he's not moved his feet there, has he? Like you said.
No. Yeah, and it just went straight on with the arm and between bat and pad. Just like you say, just didn't move his feet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's schoolboy error. Really, move your feet to the pitch of the ball. Honestly.
Wide outside the off stump, Pretorius with a flashing drive, half stopped in the covers, and by the time Livingston with his cannon-like arm overthrows Jos Buttler, Pretorius has scampered back for 2. And at the end of the 9th over, 29 for 5.
Wow.
Right, Jay says, my karma ran over my dogma. Brian says, I've reached my self-imposed 6-pine tweet limit, so I'm signing off. England will win tonight by the 18th over. See you next game. Dave Wood says, I'm still waiting for the Bear and Hendo to do a guerrilla version of Gogglebox. Please make it happen. We shall discuss that when he comes on next
I just want to, I mean, I've only got one over and then I'm done for today and I'll see you all on Sunday. But just be careful about what you wish for, all right? Yeah. Just be careful.
What do you want us to watch? Something that I understand and that Hendo has no idea what's going on. Well, we
Countdown.
Some weird sci-fi thing on Netflix. Jason Hiscock says, if South Africa gets 20 overs to constitute a match, South Africa's pass score will be 163 according to his DLS. This might be old because they've lost another wicket. And of course, assuming I've done the calculations right, which is a big if.
We're going to have spin. And we'll jingle up the bowler in just a second, but first ball is spinning from leg to off. And Klassen pushes the ball to a wide long off. And it's this man who's doing the bowling.
And a wicket on the 45. 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 And he'll can turn it both ways. And he'll can turn it. And he'll can turn it both ways. And he'll can turn it. And he'll can turn it both ways. And he'll can turn it.
And that one doesn't turn either way, and Pretorius will play that to square leg and I think take a single. Yes. He's 3 off 3. And South Africa are 31 for 5. So there's going to be a change at the end of this over.
Yep.
Bear's going to take you on ball by ball. Hendo's going to come in. And I'm not sure who's coming in for the third member of this terrifically talented trio.
Jason.
That is a filthy ball down the leg side, and that's going to be 1 to the total.
Yeah, wide.
But Buttler did well to take that. It was so wide down the leg side. Maybe one that slipped out of Adil's hands as he comes in again. Klassen able to go deep back in his crease, tries to whip the ball through mid-wicket, can only find the fielder halfway through the 10th. 32 for 5.
10 or 22 is not threatening anything now, is it?
Not really. Adil in, and that's a lovely tickled ramp shot of a terrible ball down the leg side. Sammy Curran's going to stop the ball before it gets to the boundary, but I think Klassen's going to take 2 there. Yes, he will. There's been a couple of horror balls down the leg side there, Patty.
Honestly, you kind of think, well, what are they trying to achieve? So, but I mean, at 34 for 5, whatever it is now, they they can afford to bowl a few bad ones, but at the
That
same
one-
time, they just don't want to risk doing it all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
that
was the wrong un by Rashid, and Klassen has stepped back in his crease and played a terrific drive well in front of square, closer to extra cover than cover, and that's going to go for 4.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I'm going to speak to my spinning genius here, maybe a bit short from Rashid there.
I was going to say you call it the wrong, and it said it wasn't right.
Certainly was. That is a great way for us to end our 10-over spell as Klassen pushes the ball down to long off. That's the end of the 10th over. Klassen is 17, Pretorius is 3, South Africa is 39 for 5. And Bear, it is all yours.
Well, thank you much. Thank you both. See you anon. I'll just give
I'll
you the
see you
last.
soon, Al.
Yeah, see you later, Hattie.
I'll see you in 10 overs if it's not over before then.
Okay. Right. Last tweet, I'll get it in and then I'll hand you over to Jason to do tweets. Brian says, what the hell happened? I go to the mail for 20 minutes and South Africa's innings pulls an R-tax. 80s kids unite. What's an R-tax? That's what I want to know, Brian.
Sounds like something between a ceiling and having a heart attack.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking of Artex.
I've got an Artex ceiling in my front room.
Artex is everywhere. I think there's an Artex ceiling here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it coming back into fashion?
No.
Oh, shame.
It never will. It was shit then.
I try not to look at my ceiling too often.
It's just impossible to get rid of it. That's the problem.
Is it? He's not got asbestos in it or something, has it?
No. The best way to get rid of it is just knock the pimples off and then get a plaster and skim over it. And then that's that. Because all it is plaster. You just need to flatten it out with more plaster.
I thought it might be a selling point.
No. Most definitely not.
Well, you got to try.
Yeah, I've got to try. Well, they fucked this up, haven't they, Hendo?
Well,
England actually have bowled very well.
England have bowled well. And I think also that piece of fielding by Jos Buttler, the sort of backhanded little flick, was fantastic. It really was. And the ball's done a little bit. It's not necessarily a brilliant day for batting, actually. Maybe we overestimated what England should have scored a little bit. I mean, they did throw a few wickets away, but there was also some good bowling by Pretorius, now out there as a batsman. They've got 19 overs in which to get, 172, and it's raining. And does it not constitute a game? Did I hear Jason say it doesn't constitute a game until 20 overs?
You have to get to 20 overs, yeah.
What, are the team batting second?
Yeah.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
20 overs aside,
No,
it constitutes a game.
it's an ODI. That's the standard.
That's the standard rules
for an ODI.
Yeah, but when it's been reduced to 29 overs to start with,
it doesn't matter.
Really?
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's why they couldn't start if they hadn't finished by shortly after 6.
Jos Buttler's very unhappy about the umpires perhaps calling to the ground staff. Buttler is actually on one at the moment, isn't he? He's going for a long. He's got a very determined walk to both umpires, saying, hang on, can't we play on for a little bit?
He's having a right huff, isn't he?
He does seem to be, yeah. And you can understand it. He's under a bit of pressure with the way that things have been going for England's one-day team since he took over as captain. But what seems to be the problem? The third umpire is down there. It looks like it's raining quite heavily.
It's shitting it down. It's Manchester. They got to go off. You can't stay on for that.
Well, it can often look worse in a camera, doesn't it? When a camera sort of puts the long big lens on.
That's pretty heavy.
Well, I don't know. I mean, how many people have got their umbrellas up? A few. I wouldn't say that many. It's one of those things, I think, where it looks worse than it is. And in fact, when you come down to ground level, it doesn't look that bad. When you put it against the floodlights, that obviously makes it look worse, I think. Anyway,
well, the ground staff didn't seem to be moving, did they? I mean, they moved that out of the way for the ground staff.
They moved one of the adverts out of the way, didn't they? The long Royal London one, and now it's being moved back into position. This is looks like Jos Buttler's got his way for the time being, anyway.
Well, I mean, it's always worse, isn't it, for the fielding side actually when the rain comes along. Anyway, it's a lot harder to field.
Oh, I get it. I think what's happened is the ground staff have cleared that away to get the covers ready.
Yeah.
And Josh is having none of that. He says, "No, I want that out there, please."
Maybe because it's got.
But why?
Why?
No, I can't see any reason for that. It doesn't make.
Maybe because there's a white thing behind it. But that's a ground level. It's not where the fucking balls deliver from. Anyway, Sammy Curran is in round the wicket and it's pulled out to mid wicket where Jonny B is fielding. Pretty close in and there's no run.
He's ticking away, isn't he, Jos? I mean,
Yeah.
Jos, the softly spoken Jos, he's ticking a little bit.
Because it's liable to be finished quick, they'll get some tweets in between. He said, Armchair Cricket Podcast says, Stevie here on Gorilla Cricket number 332. The lobster in the crowd is as happy as a clam.
That's worked into the leg side. They go for a single.
And Brian Barris says that Artax is the horse from the Never-Ending Story.
Oh, the Never-Ending Story. That's the one with the enormous dog in, isn't it? Where they go
Yep.
for a flight on a huge dog. Quite a nice dog.
Ah, right.
And there's a technical thing from Brian saying you haven't changed the scene.
Oh yeah. I haven't done that.
Something I'm going to have to learn for Sunday, or you're going to have to learn, Jason. Do you know these things? Because you're in charge of
It's
technology.
very simple. You choose one of these screens, Hendo, and one of those that matches the people on Zoom and the people in the studio, and then you just press this little arrow, and that does it. That's defended by Pretorius. Back down the track to the bowler, and there's no run. It's as simple as
Warren makes the very sensible suggestion. Who the fuck plays cricket in Manchester at the end of July?
Well, we have said that. We have said that a couple of times today. More than once. Definitely. Well, I mean, they gave them an extra ODI, didn't they? Because of taking the test match away from them.
That one seems to come in on the arm from Sammy Curran. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. Just dribbles out on the leg side. Was that a run? Or was that
It was a run, yeah, it was a run.
It's off the inside half of the bat.
Do you think
Inside
that?
edge.
Do you think that the pitch is getting spiced up a little bit by a little bit of rain on it?
Might well do.
Possibly.
But it does make it harder to bowl.
Yeah.
It might zip through a bit for the pace bowlers. I'm not sure it does that much for the spinners. Apart
No.
from probably not turning quite so much.
Not turning and not being able to grip it very well.
Yeah, not being able to grip it would be the biggest problem. That's cut by Klassen down to third man. 18 must be the highest scorer now, mustn't he?
19. Yeah, absolutely.
19 as he gets that single.
I was watching Klassen out in the green room on the TV out there, and he's very intense when he's actually receiving the ball. Have a look at his eyes. It's a bit like Jonny in the Shining when he peering through the door. Peers at the ball doesn't peers. He sort of focuses laser-like eyes.
Short.
Here's Tiny.
Yes, indeed.
Through the keeper, and there's no run. Pretorius face up. That's the end of the 11th. Go, Jace.
Jago says Hendo's probably the worst salesman of all time. I don't know what this is in reference to. It's either brazen con or frantic begging.
Oh, look! I line up to the frantic begging. Frantic begging. But I'm not sure about the brazen con. I don't do the brazen con. I mean, I may only because I've managed to get you to buy the only shower curtain that has been sold from redbubble.com. Who else bought a shower curtain?
I don't know. Someone else bought something on Redbubble the other day.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw a little notification. It's down the leg side. Ooh, and that's going to be a wide. Yes. It's half a peel by Buttler. Basically, England have to get this through to 20 overs somehow.
Yeah, that's a pretty good take from Jos, actually.
In fact, I get mowing on at the other end. It's bold. Quick as I can.
Rashidi's looking very rusty from his. I mean, he can't have played any cricket for.
I don't think he can grit the ball particularly well. I have to say, if it is raining, I imagine it's pretty slippy. That one's just cut out for the man on the fence.
Well, we did look earlier, didn't we, about how many games he'd played, and in fact how many innings he's had as a batsman, and very few. And so he wouldn't have done a huge amount more bowling, I don't think.
Nope. He's in that. Floats that one up there. That's a
nice,
decent delivery. I think it might have been a googly as well. So played out to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Is it my imagination, but Adil's 48 mile per hour googly looks much better than Matt Parkinson's.
Yes, it does. But because he can get his speed up as well to the sort of 53s. That's been cut behind square by Pretorius. He'll get back to 2 as the cover sweep has to go behind square. Yeah, it's over 46 for 5. Runs technically wouldn't be a problem at 46 for 5 with essentially 18 overs left in a T20, would it?
No.
As that's driven, just inside cover. He palms it off to mid-off, and they'll get through for another single.
So what do they need? 53, 155 off 17, which is doable, although with
With
5 wickets
left,
down.
and these are the last two batsmen. Really.
Maharaj has been known to get runs, but mainly in Test cricket.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's not an ODI batsman. I wouldn't have thought. Certainly, you wouldn't want to give him too long out there. That's driven hard by Klassen down to long off. He'll get himself a single.
Well, I see your point about trying to get through those 20 overs, but I'm also thinking if they're not able to grip the ball very well, shouldn't you get your pacemen back on and look to take more wickets?
Probably. That's into the pads of Pretorius. Just worked it out on the leg side. They get themselves a single. It might stop raining. I don't know.
Yeah, a very healthy run of ball pretty much from that over, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's fine. They need. How many they need?
155 off 17, 153 off 17 now.
They need 8.97 and over.
Right. So they've got six
just
off that
under
over,
9.
haven't they? Yeah. So, I mean, Rashid's conceding at 8.5 and over at the moment. 2 overs for 17. So, I mean, South Africa aren't out of this. And I mean, if you think how well India batted, I mean, okay, they had Rishabh Pant in that final ODI on Sunday. They lost early.
And Hardik Pandya.
And Hardik Pandya who got them going. Yeah, you wouldn't say that Klassen and Pretorius are going to be in that class.
No.
But
no way.
They've been listening to you, Bear. They've got Moeen Ali on now.
Well, they have indeed.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Well, they just flashed it up. 135 required at 20 overs currently for South Africa on the DLS. That's cut hard by Pretorius out to the sweep on the cover boundary.
Oh right, so that's what they may be looking at actually. I mean that becomes that's makes a big difference actually. 125 off 20.
135.
Sorry, 135. So they need 85 off 7.4.
Yeah, it's
a lot. That is a lot.
That's attempted cut by Klassen and gets a top edge that goes through where the slips would be. Top player is going to chase it down to the boundary. The outfield slowing down probably with a bit of weather as well. Now he's going to get 2. Yeah, that's 10 and a bit.
It looked to me there Topley was slowing down deliberately. He was worried that he might have to actually sort of do something athletic, and didn't really want to. A man who's had so many stress
he
fractures.
was worried about his feet going away.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Moeen Ali tosses that up. He's getting the cloth out and wiping the ball in between balls, but that was just played out to cover, straight back to the bowler. 4 balls gone. That's a pretty quick over.
It's going to be very quick to get 20 overs before it rains.
Well, yeah, exactly. So that's pushed up to mid-off. A little bit of a misfield. Doesn't get it cleanly. Sam Curran will get through for a single. You see, South Africa will complain now if they keep them out and it's been raining, and it'll all get a bit feisty, won't it?
Yeah, it will. It will. I mean, I suppose the umpires have got to think about the crowd more than anything.
Well, yeah, and it's ODI. It's not Test match. That's cut by Pretorius. Out to deep points. They'll get 1. They come back for 2.
I think. Yeah, they did.
They did. 13. 6 off the over. Not enough. 55 for 5. And back to you,
Jason.
Leah says that's a Glückstracher Hendo.
What?
And his name is Fukur. I don't know what that's in relation to.
Me neither.
Chris Tyndale says Klassen's 1,000-yard stare in the field maybe because he's used to being behind the wickets. Watching the cock wear the gloves may burn him to his core.
Yeah, well, de Kock hasn't come off, hasn't it? And de Kock hasn't got to sort of a test series in which he can redeem himself, has he?
Well, he's retired from
And
that.
Jay Gover asked the question: any chance of installing webcams for the Nigel and Jason show?
Oh God, you're talking about technology? No, thanks. We've also got Andy Ward in apparently.
Have you? Oh, he's just as bad.
Is he?
Yeah. That one is. It's a full toss for Anil Rashid, which is lap swept.
Well, hang on. Jason is an IT expert, so he should know everything.
Well, about computers, it's about learning just how to, work a program, really.
Yes. Well, it'll be fun. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Anil Rashid is in and driven straight back down the ground. Not much timing. It should just be 1 down to long on. There is indeed. Over Anil Rashid's head.
That's some very artistic slow motion there from the art director, watching Reece Topley very gently lob the ball back as he was sliding away into the boundary edge.
Adil Rashid tosses that one up and trying to tempt the batsman. He has a drive at Pretorius, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run.
That didn't look like the drive of a number 7. That looked like a drive of the number 10. He's leaning back, really. Quite ugly.
He's got some decent runs.
That's
hasn't
better.
he? Yeah, he's driven that one straight, but straight down to long off. He's pretty straight down there, and it'll just be the one run.
Did I see someone talking about you and me being on Celebrity Gogglebox?
Us doing our own Gogglebox.
Our own
Me and you.
Gogglebox.
Yeah,
sitting
live
together on the
live
sofa.
GC watching some shit TV program.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Well,
we'll do it for money.
Yeah, exactly. Pay us and we'll do it. That's swept, but just to man behind square on the leg side. Not only a man on the 45, he's more backward traditional square leg, but on the edge of the 30-yard circle. It'll be no run. 59 for 5, South Africa after 13.5 overs. 20 overs constitutes a match. And we need 6 more overs to make that happen.
Tactical
time wasting.
On here.
Well, actually, it does look like it's not raining so much anymore, doesn't it? I mean, you can't see any on the close-up, really.
You can't help it if your shoelace comes undone. What are you supposed to do? Fall over it?
Yeah. Halfway down the pitch with any luck. Whilst going for a single. Big heave. I thought, was Buttler appealing?
I think he was appealing for LBW, but I think it came off the bat, didn't it? Yeah, that's the main problem with it.
Yeah, big problem with that one. Going down towards fine leg, and he'll get himself back for 2. Now, Clapson wants to waste some more time by asking for something off the field.
New bat or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Jason? Anything?
Farong says, a second shower curtain has been sold.
Wow!
How many are there in existence? No good to me. Don't have shower, just a bucket, a GC bucket. Interesting.
Well, hang on. I mean, surely even if you've got a bucket, you need to sort of, cut yourself off from the prying eyes of the Bangladeshi community.
And by all accounts, the GC shower curtain is very large.
The GC bucket is reserved for people having a heavy night out.
Yeah.
That's basically that's the GC bucket. That's the hangover bucket. Maybe we should do that. A GC hangover bucket.
Or a puking bucket.
A puking bucket. Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
They don't do it on Redbubble.
Do they not do it on Redbubble? Well, they're losing out if you ask me.
Yeah. You don't get a bucket on Redbubble.
Shame. Do go to redbubble.com and you can get any of our designs on any product that you want, really, from
Pretty
clocks to shower curtains to aprons to t-shirts to polo shirts, I think. Yeah, 1 or 2 other things. We haven't really sold enough on Redbubble, have we?
No, we go through phases, don't we?
Yeah, but they're never more than a phase of maybe selling 3 things in a day, and that's about it. I mean, if you want us to keep going, you need to go buy things, people.
Join Patreon and
join Patreon, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket.
Play the GPL.
Play the GPL. All the ways you can help Guerrilla Cricket. I suppose. I mean, you get something for everything. You get if you get something from Redbubble, you get a nice product. If you become a patron, you get the Maximum, and you get the
free podcasts.
Podcasts, and if you what was the other way? The GPL. I mean, you could win lots of money. So, every way that you help Guerrilla Cricket is worth it to you.
Indeed.
Just hop up.
That was a little drinks break there.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary looking scorecard, isn't it? De Kock 5, Milan 0, Van der Dussen 0, Markram 0. Poor old Aiden Markram didn't even get to face the ball.
Nope.
That's the worst thing, isn't it? That's the worst
Run out
thing.
without facing a ball.
Run out without facing, or run out without facing while backing up at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, that's the ultimate.
The ultimate.
Well, he did
dismissal.
call himself. He probably called it. He called that run himself, probably.
Well, yeah, possibly. So got no one but himself to blame.
Yeah, he ran himself out. 74 required in 6 overs for South Africa, which is 12 and over. 2 a ball. That one is just played out to mid wicket and only a single. The lights are on. It is getting darker, probably darker in Manchester than it should be at this time of night. It is only, what time is it actually? No, it's 8:30.
It always feels dark in Manchester to me.
Yeah, well, it does rain a lot there.
It's grim up north.
It's grim.
It's grim.
Well, that's a good shot. Inside out, over the infield and out to the extra cover boundary. And Clarkson moves on to 33 or 38 with that boundary.
I'm looking over
That's a really good shot.
Yeah,
really good shot.
He just went back, didn't he? And
So I've got to get. I've got to get enough
weight.
elevation, haven't I? And I've got to hit it into the right area.
Strong wrists, strong transfer of weight. Man only bowls that straighter. It's just dropped down towards short third man for 1 run. Ooh, a little bit of windy pucks.
Oh, that's nice. Seeing as I'm sitting alongside.
No. Hiccups almost.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Moen's got a towel in his back. And that's straight. Oh, he stumped him. That's a great delivery. Klassen's come down the track. I think Moen's probably saw him coming. He's bowled it a bit quicker, a bit flatter, a bit shorter. Klassen's tried to play inside out and smack it over the offside again. He's missed it. And Buttler just has to stand there and take off the bails. And that's probably the last chance for South Africa, you would think. Klassen was going quite well, but once again South Africa lose another wicket and you have to say goodbye.
On your bike, mate.
6 down. Well, that'll make their score required at 20 overs higher.
Even higher. I mean, stumping from Jos Buttler, that's a collector's item.
What it is. He's an easy one. I think I could have got that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But what you've seen from Jos Buttler in the past doesn't make you confident necessarily.
True. It was over the top of middle stump.
Yeah. He did look surprised, having caught it, that he had so much time.
Well, yeah, exactly. He did take time to take the bails off.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been if it had been a quick one. He probably would have got back, but he was miles down, stranded. Good 2 or 3 yards down the track. So,
well, it's good. I mean, it's good for England. I mean, we thought they'd underperformed with the bat, but maybe we didn't give them enough credit. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, they had to bowl well.
When you look at it, I guess they did score at 7 runs and over, pretty much across the
piece. And I mean, they got from a position of 100 and something for 110 for 6, something like that, and got up to 201. Which was pretty good. I mean, we look at those overs when Curran and Livingston scored 6s and then got themselves out. But actually, maybe that was the right way to go.
Maybe it was the right way to go. Well, new batsman for South Africa. It's the skipper, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
There's a bowler's air from South Africa. Started up bowling.
Jabs his first ball out towards third man. There's a little bit of a field. They're going to go for it. Wrong end. But Matthew was in anyway. Jabbed out towards third man.
That's poor fielding.
It was poor fielding. Maybe a little bit of a wet ball, slippery. I don't know.
I'm just looking at the stumping again. Buttler looks so surprised that he's got ages. He's I've actually caught it. I can stump him.
Oh, tossed up. Doesn't turn at all. Just goes straight on for Torres. Gets beaten on the outside edge, taken by Buttler. He takes the stumps again, doesn't he? Now he's got stumping. He's like, oh.
Well, actually, I think he's kept well tonight.
He has kept well.
He's done pretty well when he's been going down the leg side. And, I mean, that wonderful run out. Okay, that's not standing up to the bowler, but that was brilliant reactions from him. He's doing it again now, isn't he? He's got the taste for it. He's got the taste for it.
He's got the taste for the stumping.
Yep.
His movement's all quite jerky, though, as a keeper. You don't get the smoothness you get with folks. It's all in one movement.
Billings. As soon as I said I'd been impressed with Billings in the Test team, he actually started to keep really badly. But he took something like 12 catches in the county match this week.
Oh, he's been bowled. It's a googly from Adil Rashid. He's bowled Maharaj. He gave it to outside the off stump. Maharaj thought about coming forward, then realised it was a bit shorter, went back, but didn't pick the googly, and it's gone in between bat and pad. Didn't seem to be a googly, but it was.
Did it? That's mastery of disguise, isn't it, from Adil Rashid? Because even when you see it in slow motion, it looks like a leggy, doesn't it?
It does look like a leggy. Maybe that's just an optical illusion with a camera.
Well, the rev seemed to be going.
Yeah, rev seemed to be going wrong with the standard leg spin away. But hey, it came back in, and Maharaj is gone, and we have to say goodbye. What should I give? Who's ringing me now? Ash. Sod off.
Reject.
The crowd says you're out.
Now this is good news because it means I might get home in time to watch the last episode of The Control Room.
Oh, I haven't been watching that.
Before Mrs. Hendo goes away for a week. Yeah, it's all looking good. Carry on with this, South Africa. It's looking good.
Sneak some tweets in.
Yep.
Waiting. Joe Grove says, times I've used the GC shower curtain, 0. Times I would have used the GC bucket, innumerable.
Well, exactly. Now that should be a big seller, shouldn't it? Really, knowing our listeners.
Farong says, GC shower curtain converted to shelter the patrons in the Wickshaw. Will be an amazing sight here in Mirpur.
Exactly.
Class a motion at the next Wickshaw Pullers Union. Oh dear, that's good.
I like the idea of the gorilla cricket shower curtain in a rickshaw.
Absolutely. Tossed up again by Adil Rashid, driven down the ground by... Who is in now? Looks like a small person.
Who's in it? Let me have a look at the...
Shamsi.
Is it Shamsi?
Is it Shamsi? Already Shamsi?
Well...
he's not down. He's down at number 11, but he's looks like he's coming ahead of Anrik Norkia. If that be the case.
Well, it's defended, out to cover, and there is no run.
Let's look at this wicket again. I mean, the Revs, they are definitely going away, taking the ball away. How does that come back in?
I don't know.
That's just sorcery.
It is sorcery.
Utter sorcery.
Well, he tosses that one up, and on the back foot, it's Pretorius trying to force it out through the offside. Doesn't get it past cover. And there ain't no run. 15.4 overs bowled.
He's a man who can actually make a leg spinner go the other way.
Wow, yeah.
You've got no chance as a batsman.
Absolutely not. Tosses that one up.
Now that
was a googly, and attempted cut by Pretorius. Missed it. Must be close to the edge. Goes through to Buttler, and there's no run. 68 for 7. Oof. It's a massacre. Adil Rashid looking rather natty with a shaved head as that is driven out to around about extra cover. It's fielded by Jason Roy, I think. That'll be the end of the over. And after 16, South Africa 68 for 7. Nortje did come out.
Oh, it is Nortje, yeah.
Yeah, it is Nortje.
Yeah.
Armchair Creek Podcast says, now then, Jos Buttler, get Liam Livingston on while keeping Adil on. Get 20 overs done sharpish. This one's in the bag. If you can get to 20 overs, at least.
That is true.
Mayank says, I can't believe South Africa capitulated so badly. Our own Tony Bishop says, a GC bucket would just be a pale imitation of a shower curtain.
How could it be a pale imitation of the shower curtain?
Pale, I think he's trying to some sort of pun.
Sorry.
Jeez. Yeah, you know what.
It's a good job he's in Jersey for a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Bad jokes, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that he won't be doing his Maximum article every week. So
I think he's gonna. He thinks he's got decent Wi-Fi though. He's gonna do a couple of stints as well.
Oh, okay, all right. So we've got three T20s to come as well, haven't we?
Yeah, we have got 3 T20s to come. Mohanani's going to continue. First ball, a little bit short. Nortje goes back, plays it to the leg side. Now, the reason I was a bit confused is Nortje is actually shorter than Dwayne Pretorius, and I imagine that Nortje is really tall because he's really quick. That one's quite straight. Nortje plays it up to mid on, no runs. Might as well just try and give it a big heave ho now if you're South Africa.
Well,
it's not up to 10 jack.
Unless they're just hoping that the rain will come before the end of the 19th over.
Well, if you don't waste time, you've got less chance of it doing that as well. Cut by Nortje, trying to get it down to third man boundary. Obviously the outfield slowed up a little bit with a bit of rain. Won't get there, but they get back for 2.
So Nortje's off and running. What's he got? 3 or 4. Pretorius 12, 17 for 7. So do we know now what they really require in 20? It must be about 150 something, wasn't it?
I'd imagine so.
7 wickets down.
Bowled flat by Mohanani, worked in through mid wicket. There's a mid on. It's pretty wide. He goes around to field it, and they'll just get the 1 run. Pretorius back on strike 12 off 21. Not enough. Mohanani's got the towel out. It's drying the seam. That's the bit that gets annoying. The seam just goes soft.
Get bits of mud in it.
Yeah. Tosses that up. It's driven straight back down the ground. There's no one straight. 1 bounce over the boundary. Good shot. It will be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was just a bit too full by Mo there, wasn't it?
Yeah, good shot.
It was a good shot. Cleared the front leg, freed the arms, smashed it back over the bowler's head.
Moan was a little bit annoyed with himself, but no real need. England should have this in the bag. I mean, even if they were able to stay out there for the 29 overs, at the end of this one they've got 12 overs in which to get 127. So you're looking at 12 and a half and over with only 3 wickets left.
Yeah. Again, back goes Pretorius, giving himself some room to cut into the offside from a flat delivery at 57 miles an hour from Man Ali. Cuts it out to extra cover. They got back for 2 there, didn't they?
No, just the one, I think.
Just the one, because Pretorius has retained strike. Over to you, Jace.
Right. Well, I'm giving Jay Grover a scary view on my screen. So you just googled Star Wars, and apparently I look very like someone called Lobot.
Lobot.
Lobot. Is that someone's had a lobotomy, but only half of one or something?
I don't know, but the rest of the resemblance.
Right. Okay. Yeah. They're sort of mechanised men in the sort of control rooms of the Empire.
Warren says I agree with Ben Stokes. Too much cricket. I might have to.
No. No.
That's cut. Sorry, forced off the back foot.
Listen,
by Pretorius to cover, and there's no run. What was that?
Warren's saying he's going to retire from one-day internationals. That's what my Smacksman piece is about this week, if you want to have a read of it.
Tossed up and hit high in the air. Is anyone out there? There's anyone out there? There is someone out there, and it's caught. It's Jason Roy running back from extra cover. Pretorius was tempted by the big floater from Adil Rashid, and he mistimed it way up into the sky. And it was caught by Jason Roy running back from cover. Another wicket falls, and we have to say goodbye to Pretorius. Classic eyes lit up as the big floater came in, didn't it? Tailender.
Well, he's not tailender. He's a bit better than that, Pretorius, isn't he?
Yeah.
But
have you got a Test match 100? I think.
I don't think so.
Gone for 17, 25 balls.
For him to be fair.
7's a bit high for him. I think it is.
Yeah. I think he'd be a Gary Naylor on number 8.
Yes.
Yeah, number 8 or even a number 9 with a better batting lineup. Yeah, ODI cricket I think is unfairly maligned. I know we talk about the boring middle overs, but I actually think ODIs have a really important role in cricket. Maybe though, people don't want to take days off to go and see both teams bat. Certainly when I was growing up, that was one of the real attractions of a 50 over or 60 over game as it was at that point. Was that going to see both teams bat.
And you're going to see decent batsmen back for a reasonable amount of time.
Exactly, and you're going to see people build innings, which you just don't get with T20. But if you want to read more about that, become a patron, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and read this week's Smacksman. You
have to do $5 or more.
$5 or more. $4 more, isn't it? I think
£4.
£4, $5.
Adil Rashid is going to continue. The new batsman. Ooh.
Big
It was a
Google.
big googly thrown at him. It's Norkia. He's thinking about smashing it into the offside and realised it was coming back. And sort of cramped through, managed to jab it into the ground and without it going back onto his stumps.
Well, we've seen off Chris Tyndale now. He says, I've actually had a naive glimmer of hope until that Pretorius wicket. It's officially over.
That's very naive, Chris. That's very naive as that one's thrown up outside off stump. Norkia tries to crash it into the offside, misses it. Goes through to the keeper and there's no run. This is Adil Rashid's 5th over, 2 for 24. That one's straight to LBW shout.
Hit the back pad. Ooh.
Did it? Yeah, it did hit the back pad, and Buttler says it's going down. But come on, umpire, just give it out. Let's go home. Saturday afternoon.
Well, let's have a look at this one again, because no, it's a pitched outside leg.
No, I don't think it's a pitched outside leg. I don't think it's straightened enough. I think it's probably shaving the outside of the leg stump. That one goes straight on. It was aiming for middle stump, and again, Norkia backs away, tries to cut it through the offside, only hits cover. End of the over, no run. 18 overs gone. England need 2 more overs before the rainstorm. And
Billy Bond says it looks like they're never batted before in their lives. Talking about the South Africans. Well, we are looking at the lower order, and the chances of them getting a decent net in most T20s is particularly.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking actually, in terms of a contest, this game is over. But there's something to be gained for you guys who don't get a bat that often to get a little bit of a knockout there in the middle. It may not make for riveting cricket, but you know, I'm all for that sort of getting experience of feeling bat on ball.
Well,
and you can always play England bowlers out of form as well.
Yep.
Oh, that's tossed up by Moeen and Ngidi plays down the wrong line.
Don't think he jingled it. Poor old Lungi Ngidi.
I haven't given him. I better give him a jingle before he gets out. So he just missed that one, and it was taken by.
Hang on, hold on for a moment.
Next ball gives it a big heave, but only as far as mid on, and there is no run.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi
Ngidi doesn't seem about to play down the right line. So he just plops forward and gets beaten on the outside edge again by Moeen.
I like that jingle.
Yeah, it's Master and Servant.
By
Depeche Mode.
Depeche Mode, yeah.
Driven by Ngidi to cover.
Yeah, there's a programme about them on the BBC the other night. I quite enjoyed it, actually, watching that. Took me back a few years.
I've never massive Depeche Mode.
No, me neither, but...
tossed up, edge, well, driven out, outside edge, just goes off towards short third man. He's on the edge of the circle and it bounced well short of him. And there is a no run, 1 ball left in the 19th over.
And then it'll pour down.
Oh, I hope not. Oh, and again.
That
one seems to drift away from Ngidi. Another attempted drive. He doesn't know where the ball is. It misses his outside edge. Is taken by Buttler. There's no run.
That missed by some distance, that one.
Yeah, it did.
Really did.
Imagine poor Lungi Ngidi's going, what is this wet stuff that comes from the skies?
Yeah.
You don't get it in South Africa.
Well, you do. You get it. I mean, come on. You get massive thunderstorms in Joburg. And when I was in Durban, it rained for 3 days. So you do get it in South Africa. Certain parts. I'm not sure. I can't remember when Ngidi's from, actually. Offhand.
No idea. Well, Northkid's going to face up. 4 off 9. Tossed up. Driven. Down too long on. A bit too full. Presumably it's Adil Rashid's last over.
Yeah, it will be.
25,
so he's the man who's going to bowl 6, isn't he?
No, everyone bowls
4, 6 and 1, 5.
Only
Yeah,
one
sorry.
person bowls 5.
Yeah, that's right.
That'll probably be Sammy Curran, and he bowls 5, I'd have thought.
Possibly won't be needed.
Possibly won't be needed. But a bit of luck won't be needed. Adil Rashid tosses down up, and Ngidi looking to turn out into the leg side, just gets a leading edge back to the bowler. No run.
Doesn't he? Ngidi just seems strides forward and plays down the original line of the ball, doesn't
basically,
he?
yeah.
And
he's a put the foot down the track man.
So any movement is just going to take the ball way away from him.
Exactly. Adil Rashid. Oh, has played it back to the bowler. Caught and bowled. Stuck in a little pitch, maybe in the pitch, maybe Ngidi just basically stuck his foot down again and then played the ball well away from his body. Got a toe of the bat and just plopped it up to Adil Rashid. Caught and bowled. 1 more to go. Will they get through to 20 overs before they lose all their wickets? That's the question.
Ooh, yes, indeed.
Either way, the game will be constituted.
Will we get to change the commentary team?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. So actually, the highest score in this game so far is Liam Livingston, despite the fact that we gave him a lot of stick.
Some shit, yeah. Let's give that an out jingle. What can I choose? Let's go for this one.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history,
la 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 la.
Ah, yeah.
Well, I'm going to be cruelly robbed of my final session of commentary, although I'm not too bothered because I'm going to be in here doing quite a bit of it on Sunday. So,
indeed.
New batsman is.
The new batsman is.
And I say, hey, 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 Tabriz and sea.
And he's going to face up to Adil Rashid. Ooh, gets it to go straight on. It's high up on the pad, probably going down leg, probably going over leg.
Probably going over,
Probably
I think.
going down and over, yeah.
No
No run, 77 for 9, South Africa.
2 balls and England have got a game. Wow. That's if South Africa can survive it anyway.
Yeah.
So hang on, if they're out within 19 overs, how does that work?
It's still a game because they're all out. Obviously, that smashed down the ground. Was that 4 or was that 6?
4.
4. Give that little jingle.
It's Nissan.
Smash straight back over the head of the bowler.
It's Nissan Shi.
3 for 29 from Adil Rashid. Poor first over, but he's certainly dragged it back.
I'm still confused by that leg spinner that turned into a googly.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Maybe it just hit something.
Maybe it did. Maybe it landed funnily on the seam and just shot off.
Yeah.
If you could bottle that.
Absolutely.
Last ball of Adil Rashid's. Oh, that's got to be out. Surely.
High,
No?
bit high. Oh, he's given
He's
it.
given it. Yeah, I was going to say that's not it. That's
Well,
not
Shamsi
high.
has said he got an edge on that.
Do you think so, or is he just? He might as well.
Well, he was
last
very
wicket.
quick. He was very quick to refer.
Oh, this is his last wicket. Well, maybe he does think he got an edge.
Well, they were already saying England win by 120 runs.
They
I
don't
thought it was a
take
bit
that to
high
string.
though.
It might have been a bit high. Umpire just wants to go home.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And I think it hit on a knee roll. Didn't have a lot of pace, and it didn't seem to sort of skip off the wicket to go high. But he was
I'm guessing
definitely in front of the stump.
He's he's obviously thinking about an inside edge here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think he got anything on it. I think he has walked across his stumps.
He has. It looks better. It looks better second time round. I have to say. Just at the top of the knee roll, isn't it?
Yeah, let's have a look. Is
Inside.
there anything on ultra edge?
Yes.
He's just got a little something on it.
Certainly can't see it with the naked eye, can you?
No.
You can see it with ultra edge.
So
we go on.
Shamsi will be saved, and you will get to.
Well, maybe at least one more ball.
Maybe at least one more. The game has been constituted. England will be able to get a result out of this. It's going to be turned over. South Africa 81 for 9. I'll hand over to Hendo. We're not moving around, are we? You're just me and you.
Is it just the three of us?
Yes, it's
same three.
Hatchie's come back.
Oh, Hatchie's back.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Well, not for long, possibly.
Well, I won't take that personally.
No, try not to. I think that's the first time I've been on with you, Hattie. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm okay. We're quite enjoying this after thinking that England had screwed it up a little bit with their own innings. Looks like
I was thinking much the same for a bit, and then I was Bear will tell you I was questioning England's bowling tactics, bowling normal pace, considering how well South Africa bowled. But no, they've just done jolly well.
they have making room for himself. Norkia crunches this up to mid-off. Rashid has to run around to his left there to field, and they take the single, which brings Shamsi down to face. He has 4 from 3. Norkia has 6. South Africa 82 for 9. They need 120 more to win off 8.5 overs with 1 wicket in hand. Seems a bit of a stretch.
Just a little. You think they'll go to Liam Livingston?
Oh, maybe. Ali then in again. He's in his 5th over. Bowls to Shamsi. He gets a bit of a leading edge. He was on the walk as he played that. He was trying to guide it into the onside. It ended up forcing it towards mid-off. And there is no run. He doesn't seem to have any airs and graces about his batting. Waits for the next one, but he clubs this away into the onside. Runs the first one quickly. There is a man at deep backward square coming in off the fence. I think it's David Willey. So just the one. England made 201 all out with 5 balls of their 29 overs unused. 5th time in a row in ODIs that they've been bowled out. So that's rather extraordinary. Ali in again. He comes down the wicket. Norkia lofts this into the outfield. Is anyone underneath it? They are, and it's taken by Jonny Bairstow on the edge at long on. And England win not by 120 runs, which we thought when the decision was given at the end of the last over, but by 118 runs, and that takes us into a decider. A decider on Sunday.
Yeah, you don't get a dead rubber.
No dead rubber for the Gorillas, which is was excellent news. Well, I'm sorry about that, Hattie. You haven't got very long, have you?
No, that's quite all right. I mean, it reminds me of like when we played India. It was just kind of thinking, yes, we'll be really excited because we won so comprehensively in the second game. But then it came down to the decider, and we got all disappointed with how how it was so similar to the first game went. And
Yeah.
really.
Well, it was. Yeah, it was disappointing, wasn't it? Because England got those early wickets against India, and he thought very much in that game. And then, of course, Hardik and Rishabh Pant took it away from us. Let's see what South Africa can do in response on Sunday. Who else is in on Sunday then?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm in. Are you in on Sunday, Hattie?
No, I'm playing a game actually.
Oh, you're playing? Okay, excellent. I'm here, Andy Ward is here, Jason
here.
is here, and no doubt we'll have people from around the world joining us.
Indeed.
But that is it from us tonight at Gorilla Cricket. It's been a long wait. We finally got a 29 over game in. England have won it comprehensively. It's 1-1 as we go to Headingley for the third of the 3 ODIs against South Africa. Then, of course, 3 T20s to come straight after that. It's cricket thick and fast.
And then we get a couple of weeks off.
And then we get a couple of weeks off while that awful thing called the 100 is played.
Yes.
And then we come back for some test matches, which will be fun. But anyway, that's it from all of us. It's good night from Hattie.
Good night.
It's good night from there.
Good night.
He's been on the whole time.
I've been on the whole time.
It's goodbye from me, Gorilla Hanno. We'll see you we'll speak to you on Sunday. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin.